We here? Yes, we are here. Uh, doing on Twitch, which is good. Doing on YouTube, it's good. Right. And I feel like I have forgotten something. I'm sure at some point or another I happens all the time. I'm gonna go ahead and start the recording because I need the recording. And we're gonna open up 7 days. I did not open Steam. That's what I was missing.
What's up?
What's up? How you doing? Zombie, how's it going? Congratulations on the 19K. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. That was actually kind of very, very surprising. Going to Nabasgain. Hiroki was just like eyeballing me and then walked away like he's gonna I don't know, but it kind of looked like, you know, whenever you go to check to see if your parents are doing whatever it is that they're doing before you go and get in the cookie jar. Kind of the look I felt like I was getting. Like he was checking to make sure I was busy so he could go get into something. YouTube functioning, yay, whoosh! Yes, exactly. Sadly, I do not have the sound effect. We need to be in the snow biome. Actually, we need to be there and there. There we go. Here we go, and... Okay, we need our overlay... on the map. There we go. I hit all of the buttons. Need biomes. There we go. So there are 2 towns? Yeah. Okay. This sounds like my wife's just been 19K forever, really. Kitty plotting something evil? Yes, possibly. Possibly. Where do we go? Where do we go now? So there are 2, 3, 4. Wait, are all these open though? Let's check. This bridge is more or less operational. Alright, that bridge is operational, though it does look like it's been blocked. Can I, where's my, okay, there's my mouse. Where did it go? That one's operational. It's actually trying to come here. I don't know why I went over there. This is a back road. Do we have bridge here? No. Not needed. Alright, and then here. Okay. So all of the bridges and access points between these 2 biomes are useful. Some of the bridges between the other biomes are not necessarily useful. Alright. Right, how you doing? Don't forget the zombie AI. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, where do we start for this one? And we need to try and get through 2 biomes and one I think I've made a decision on what I'm going to do with the main channel, but there's a finale that I need to do, and that's this video. And I'm already started editing them. There's so many hours worth of footage, but I need to finish these in order to put that with it, so I can do a finale for 7 days. Maybe over here seems like the more likely because there's a buffer here. I think we go over here, yeah. And what were we close to on this side? It doesn't impact us. Okay, we got that bridge. We got this bridge. Was I think this is the radio tower that we went through, right? Yeah, it's one of the radio towers. All right, so we kind of have our bearings on where we're at. Can barely talk. How are you? I've heard of quite a few people losing their voice recently. There is something going on, something going around, I think. I'm okay, the brain fog is gone, but I don't know exactly how I managed it, but it was kind of my own damn fault. Okay, so 5 minutes before my stream, like 3 weeks ago now, I yawned and pulled my neck. Then I decided to move some soil and pulled my neck again after I started to heal, and then I went and got groceries and decided now would be a good time to lift a whole bunch of heavy stuff, and I pulled the muscle in my back, which is the part that I messed up before. So, and sadly this time I don't have muscle relaxers to help me out with it, so I have gone back to the physical therapy side of it, and I have started my arm exercises and the frequent stretches, which of course hurt. So I am okay now more than I was like 3 days ago, because I'm like 3 or 4 days into recovery, so I'm doing better now than I was. It just sucks. It's like, hey, you're in pain. Why don't you go do some arm raises and crap like that so you can hurt a little bit more so you can get better in the long run? It's like, okay, sure, I guess I'll do that. Fine, I guess. You have a hole in your tongue and it's swollen, so you have to push your tongue to the right side of your mouth and not move it while talking. Should try it, it makes you sound weird. Try to put your tongue to one side of your mouth. If I put my tongue to one side, no, that's pretty bad. How the heck? Muscle relaxer gummy bears? I wish. I really wish. I have used up so much of the, I don't know if you guys have it, but we have icy hot or Bengay, whatever you call it from wherever. But it's like a icy and then hot feeling that goes over the muscles. I have been living in that stuff. It's basically my perfume at this particular point. It's so bad. But it's like the only thing, and it only lasts for a little while, so I'm constantly reapplying it. But I mean, it is what it is. Open my drink. By the way, guys, I am waiting on an appointment call. That's so loud. I'm waiting on an appointment call. They called me earlier to try and schedule for the LASIK. My eyes have gotten really bad. But anyway, they have tried to schedule the LASIK earlier, and the lady's like, hey, would you like to do your scheduling? And I'm like, yeah, sure. She's like, okay, I'll put you in touch with the person who can do the scheduling. And they put me through this whole waiting system. And then all I got was a message saying they weren't at their desk. And I'm like, wait, you put me on hold to attach me to somebody that wasn't even at their desk. Man must be charmed for sure. Yes, I'm pretty sure it's a very sexy smell, obviously. Everybody knows icy hot is like the best smell ever. Yum. You know, I could smell like any common chick, you know? Flowers, lavender, BB powder, vanilla. No, icy hot. Got other problems right now? Brett, I know you were dealing with some shit. I hope you get to feeling better. I really, really do. You got so much on top of so much, really. Okay, let's start, I think, here. So first off, let me go ahead and just, like, open this up. Recording's already going. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are going to be talking about 7 days. And we're going to be talking about the lure of 7 days. But before I get into that, let me go ahead and make an announcement. This will be my final series in 7 days for an extended period of time. The reason being is I have reached a moral dilemma when it comes to 7 days where I am going to cover the game, but I'm going to spend less time in the game. And the reason being is I feel like I have to actually stand by what I said. And while I feel like I have done a lot by walking away from the content creators that are part of 7 days, I don't think that being in the game and promoting it regularly is a way to show positive anything whenever it comes to the direction that the dev team is going. If you are concerned about what I'm talking about, if you have no idea what's going on, I recommend watching 2 videos. I will post them. This is for the recording. I'll post them over there somewhere. For those of you who are here during the stream, I'll give you guys a quick synopsis. There was a content creator who was basically caught in the middle of a whole bunch of bullshit that the devs caused. He was given the wrong code for the 3.0 release for the streamers weekend, and instead of working something out, they decided to go legal routes, which was like, instead of trying to work together, it's like choosing the violent option instead of trying to work with somebody who's been a proponent of their game and backed their game a whole bunch. So I have to ask myself, is 7 days worth fighting for? And I think the game is worth fighting for. I don't think the dev team is worth fighting with. So the future of 7 days is going to be, I guess, up in the air. I'm not sure how you guys feel about it. I have no idea. I've gotten to where my comments section, a whole lot of people are like, well, I bought the game, I'm going to play it, but I won't buy any DLC. But it occurs to me, 7 days no longer cares about that section of it. It really doesn't, because that dev team, that particular section of the dev team, they don't care that you do or don't buy the DLC. They've already handed the game off to somebody else. Behavior cares whether or not you buy the DLC, and I promise you they will find a market for the game. The game is useful enough as a platform that they will find people who will be interested. When the people from the older versions of the game stop playing the game or stop pushing for a better version of the game will go full cycle. Whatever it is the dev team's plan for the game is, they will go full send on it. As soon as the people who've been playing before stop playing it, stop talking about it, stop covering it, they will go full send, and we'll probably wind up with more chicken armor. Chicken armor. There's in no way can you possibly say that this is what you want to see running around your apocalypse. All immersion is gone. It's all broken. So I'm not sure where that puts me as far as extended content, but for the time being, I'm going to find something else to play after the series. Just the completionist side of me won't let me say, okay, I've already covered all of that. Let me just ignore the other biomes. We're going to finish this. Unlike the Fun Pimps, I actually know how to finish something properly. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to finish it, and we're going to do it correct. Okay, so we have already covered the Pine Forest. We have already covered the Boon Biome. We have already covered the desert. Next up, Snow Biome. Now, what's different about the Snow Biome from the other biomes? Obviously, there is snow, there is Chuck, which is... Would you consider Chuck a variant? Chicks in armor? Wait, what? No, chickens. Chicken suit. Chicken... Hold on. Chicken suit. Of armor. Chicken suit. Of armor. So even less than immersive than Barbie and Ken doll. Chicken armor. Yeah, right, exactly. Chicken armor. So I was not expecting 7 days to go furry. Actually, it's not called furry, is it? It's called... What is it called whenever they have feathers or they're lizards? It's not called a furry then, is it? I'm not sure what they call it. I wasn't expecting that. I was not expecting that plot point. Anyway, there was, at one time, we were covering the desert, and I had spotted a quarantine zone and then lost track of it because I didn't mark it, so we didn't go back and look at it. But there is a quarantine zone here, so we're going to take a look at it. And let's see, we got quarantine checkpoint. Stop. Do not proceed without authorization. All civilians must submit to inspection, temperature screening, and infection checks mandatory. Failure to comply will result in detention. Okay, so temperature screening and infection checks. Obviously, temperature screening is for people who have an infection because that's the body's reaction to an infection. So their first thought was check temperature. We've seen this in like Resident Evil. I wonder what the infection checks were, what the first signs were, and whether or not this is for the flu or the zombie outbreak. Do we think quarantine zones were created for the flu or for the zombies? Am I killing dead today or testing dead? We are lure hunting today. They already form a horde and come after you. Why not armor? Yeah, that's true. That's very true. I think it's odd that you're going to have big chickens running around choking chickens in the apocalypse now. So, I mean, because they added in the chicken coop and there's this whole stressed chicken thing if you run while they're in your hand type of thing. And I am not even going to touch it with a 10-foot pole. Just not going to. So, you know, it's kind of funny. Project Zomboid has it to where you can wear a mascot hat with a raccoon on it. But it's like, there's a restaurant and you find that mask in world. You don't have to pay DLC. So is the mascot for 7 days? Is there some big franchise that's a chicken that we don't know about yet? Have they just not unveiled this? Not sure. All right, so we have got one cop car, one truck trying to leave Pine Forest. We have got 3 vehicles trying to get out of Snow Biome. And as a matter of fact, somebody was probably texting while driving and ran into the back of the van. Bad, bad times, guys. Bad, bad times. What else can we see from the outside? It doesn't look like they were actually stopping people from going back and forth. They didn't have a permanent barrier. So I would guess that means that one area or the other area wasn't considered worse. They were just keeping an eye on folks? Instead of saying, no, don't go this way, that area is bad. And they just stop people, turn them around, you know? Chick-fil-A? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I would say flu because it doesn't seem to be enough holding areas for zombies. That is true. And I don't see a burn pile. Well, there's this. And we know that the flu actually killed people, so this makes sense for the flu. If it was zombies... I don't know, me personally, I'd just start burning bodies in-house. I wouldn't even worry about trying to take them somewhere else. We would just burn them in-house because you wouldn't want those guys coming back. They were incommunicado with somebody because they do have a satellite here. 4 tents, 5 tents for quarantine. This is where they check in at. There's no underground area. Hang on. There we go. Cool. Freaking hate that. Anyway, there weren't individual rooms, which this is a tent, so that makes sense. This was very temporary. That makes sense. Did I mess that up? Did I mute myself? No, I did not mute myself. Okay. I hope 7 days doesn't die like Friday the 13th. Well, it depends. Are you okay with the version they plan on turning it into? Because that's the one that they actually want to keep alive. Their version of what they want 7 Days to become is not the version we grew up playing, basically. I grew up playing. It's been 13 years. Some of us were adults, but the point is it's not going to be the same game. It can't be, because what they want to do with it is... Double Jack, thank you so much for the resub. The game that they want to turn it into is not conducive to just single player playing your game in survival. They have to turn it into freaking Fortnite or something like that in order to make money off of it. Or at least they think they do. Because, don't get me wrong, obviously the chicken suit is freaking amazing. How many people would actually enjoy a DLC where you could put decorations inside your base? I probably would enjoy that. Maybe not tiny batches of 1 or 2 items for $10, but like all of the items that we have now that are currently in the game, if we could combine all of that into one DLC where I could pick up and put those things inside my base, I would probably say, okay, yeah, that's something that I want. Would it kind of piss me off because that ability actually exists in the game? Yeah, but I would like the ability to decorate my base. Do I want a chicken outfit instead? No? Nope. Nope, I do not want that. Not actually at all. Was not on my Christmas list. Even a little bit. So, the things that people have actually asked for that they want in the game are not a consideration. I don't think that there was a huge movement online in the forums, on Reddit, for people looking for chicken costumes. I could be wrong. I'm not in the furry space. It's only made better by the fact that there's actually a chicken standing near my character right now. Might be nice to spruce things up a bit. Yeah, exactly. Or if you could get signage, like you could actually create your own signs in the game. There's a mod that actually does that, but if they made it to where it was usable not only for us who don't want to download yet another mod, or for the people who are playing console, to take screenshots or something that they have done and put those as pictures that they could have in their base, that would make sense. See, these are easy home run DLC stuff. We got Barbiekin and chicken. This one looks like they have proven somebody has gotten sick and this is their permanent thing. Is this in response to... Okay, this is a town... Wait. This is a town. That's a larger town. Does this location make sense? Why is this here? Do we think maybe it was actually stopping the people from this area? I wonder if there's something inside this town that would make sense. Like, is there an area here, like a larger hospital that hasn't failed? Maybe... Because one of the biggest issues I had is the one big town that is in this area. It just looks like they weren't really notified about what happened, or they didn't pay attention. And it seems like some of them sheltered in place and just died. And then some seriously weird stuff that went on at the hospital, but that was basically all the evidence in that area that they reacted at all. Like, they had the cadaver dog group that was really weird. There was a cadaver dog military group at the hospital. Looks like they were deployed there. It looks like somebody, because we don't actually have helicopters in this game, we just have the post-apocalyptic helicopters, but supposedly there was a group shipping people back and forth away from the hospital. But that hospital 100% looks like really the only foreknowledge that something was going on. Even their fire department kind of looks like they were completely caught off guard. Like, they grabbed a couple of things, they stuck it upstairs, but ultimately, nothing else happened. They didn't even deploy one of their fire trucks to a house that was being burnt down, so I would assume that means that the fire happened after that place had already fallen, so nothing. Doesn't really make sense for the way the cars are going, though the vehicles are something that can spawn differently each time, so this may not be the actual makeup, but this looks kind of familiar. Like, this is the usual setup. There's an 18-wheeler and some random 3 cars sitting here. So it actually looks like they were trying to get away. Hell, maybe this town up here or this area up here didn't know about what was going on in this biome, or the radio transmission from this biome made it sound like this area was better. You just seen the big beak suit? Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Guys, I actually just thought that was some over-the-top artwork. No, that's actually a suit that they're wanting to sell. That's a suit. And it's weird because on X, they put in a notification about it. They showed the young lady that was responsible for the artwork and everything. And apparently she's also done the artwork for our new workbench, which is really good artwork. The artwork for the chicken is cool. The artwork for the workbench is cool, but I feel like they threw her under the table whenever they decided to turn it into an actual costume that you could wear in the apocalypse. And worse yet, they put her under the table, or threw her under the bus, however you want to say that. They did that and then cut the comments off, like only certain people who were friends of 7 days could comment on it, so they painted a target on her as the person responsible, and then muted everything so people couldn't respond to it. It's really shady. Okay. We're gonna have to move on from this, because this looks like a response from one thing or the other. Maybe we need to go find what the response was for? Okay, we got a small town here. We got Butcher Pete's. No one beats Butcher Pete's. Right? You are what? Part of Butcher Pete's? That doesn't make any sense. You're part of it? Oh my god, could you please stop? I should have turned that off. Clothing. I have nothing underneath any of this. Okay. Alright, I guess we're just gonna stay on that. So we're a part of Butcher Pete's. Okay. And we have access to an ambulance. Volunteers, maybe? Can you be a volunteer medic? We do have some guys that are here that drive ambulances, but they also have secondary jobs whenever they're not on shift. Money's tight, you know? It is what it is. I do think it's very odd that they're bringing the bodies in here. So Shamway's not the only one using people. Why? It's just everybody in this world is actually cannibals. Is that it? Just everybody's a cannibal? Is that it? Maybe the snow biome was deemed safer because some viruses can survive in harsher, colder areas, but so most towns would go to the cold biome, and that's why they made the checkpoints. It's a possibility. It could be that early on, the people that were able to move out of the pine forest had already moved up here before the original flu, not for the zombie virus, but during the flu, maybe they moved up here, which would mean that they would need a bigger hospital here, right? We'll have to go check that town out in just a second. PB Machining. This is the paper company, right? No, not... Well, it was. Did they change what this one was supposed to be? I think they did. It's no longer a paper company. I am thinking this is the paper company. People used to come in here because the paper rolls that were in the bottom of this area gave you so much experience it was stupid. You just sit there and chop them all up and gain a couple of levels.
Will there be snack service on this flight?
Archer Goblin, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Thank you, thank you, thank you. There aren't any zombies. They're actually only cannibals looking for their next meal. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. It's not actually zombies at all. They're people. They've just gone a bit more feral. Oh, hang on, there's an incoming ad, so let's give it a second. Let's go residence. I don't think there was anything important about this place, right? I don't remember anything special about this one. Yeah, it's just a house. Film fanatic. Oh, I know about this one. Hmm. Okay, give it a second. The ad break will be done in a minute. I forgot. I need to adjust this. If I want the font as big as I need it to be able to read, I have got to make the screen so much bigger. Because then I can see stuff. Dev stacking the deck in their favor to make the game sound amazing instead of getting honest reviews. What's new? Yeah. I don't... I have been sitting here doing a lot of, like, soul searching whenever it comes to 7 days, and I have to say, I enjoy this version of 7 days. They finally did what we asked them to, but I have to ask, is this going to be a thing that has to happen every single version? There has to be a huge uproar. There's gonna be, like, one version where things are actually the way people want it, and then they're gonna do what they wanna do, which is the way that they've been drifting for years. They're gonna go back to that, and then there's gonna be a huge uproar again, and then we're gonna finally get an update that we want, and then eventually we're gonna get to the point where they finally do have the update that everybody wants, and after so much fighting, people are just gonna be like, well, damn it, I guess I'll just buy the DLC with the bandits and get it done with so I can have the game that I wanted. I mean, it's not like I didn't spend 13 years playing some version that I paid for $7. Why not? It's just like, that's like making your food as bad as you possibly can for years and years and years. That way, whenever there's an official update to your business or whatever, you put out the best food and everybody's like, wow, this is what we've been looking for the whole time. And it's really just, it was the basic burger you had to start with. Just, it got worse. Intentionally got worse. Just feels like how it's going to be. I'm not sure if I'm willing to keep putting up with that. I feel like it's like, there's so many other developers out there that just inherently know that they should be paying attention to that. Am I thinking of a different building? Guess I'm thinking of a different building. This one actually has people that were hanging out here. Lots of people upstairs. I mean, like, a lot of people upstairs. And actually, they may not have been people who were living here. This one is the Reber residence. Big downstairs area. Okay, we know this one. And you are the Schweizer residence, which you are a pool table upstairs, just a casual house. Okay, so we've got two big businesses here, some sort of underground business hype train. You know what? I'm starting to think that Twitch just does hype trains to be doing hype trains. Askarg, how you doing? Love what you got going on there. The garden video. Yeah, I just put up my hidden harvest video, guys. The garden is an absolute wreck right now. During the height of summer, it gets to looking very, very wild and crazy and molded, and the only thing I can do is wait for the temperature to drop on the other side so I can get back a handle on it. But thank you. I'm trying it. Arch Goblin, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Not buying any more of the unfinished game. I was expected to complete the game before I buy it. Not buying any more from the fun pimps. Dumb pimps, yeah. Longfellow, how you doing? You won't be buying a DLC? Yeah, gifted 7 days from your brother when he got it. It was deal for the deal for the 2-pack of only 50 extra, some stupid small amount. So oh, okay, I gotcha. I'm ashamed of the hours I spent on it. At this particular point, I have to ask myself, how do you tell the company that you have an issue with the way that they're doing it? Obviously, 2.0, everybody made their opinions known. It was like a wide variety of people that told, you know, the fun pimps through forums, through X, through social medias that they had, like Facebook and stuff like that. I don't have those other ones. I don't have Instagram or anything else like that, but I saw posts that were listed and talked about. And then, of course, everybody made videos, and then the big one that Jawoodle made. And people started talking about it, and they were like, okay, well, I guess we got to fix it. His video prompted um, the, what did they call it? The city hall or whatever it was that they did, where basically they didn't take any questions. They just made statements and basically said that they were going to fix some of the stuff that they had messed up, and said it was our fault. The bandits were going to take a long time because we wanted to change it, which was inherently a lie we now know, because what it was actually taking a while is they were trying to sell the company. So through all of that, that city hall thing that they did was actually in an effort to get people to revert their Steam review or whatever. The issue now is I don't think that that's going to work as well. The Steam review is important to Behavior Interactive. But what is the one thing that actually bothers live service companies? Like, when Behavior Interactive is talking about Dead by Daylight, what metric do they look at to find out whether or not their game is performing well? It's not their Steam reviews. It's how many people are playing the game. And the sad thing is a lot of people play the game, but they play modded versions. It still counts. It doesn't matter if you're playing a modded version of 7 days. According to the concurrent players, you're still playing 7 days. I looked at the thing. It's like 42,000 people playing the game. It doesn't say how many of those people are playing a modded version of the game or an older version of the game, especially for PC, because you can play an old version and it still registers that you're playing the game. So the only way to actually show Behavior Interactive and the Fun Pimps that people are unhappy with their direction is to stop playing all versions of the game. That's the only way to affect them at this particular point. It would actually take a boycott of the game itself. Not the version, not a boycott of the DLCs, the game. Which is one of the reasons why I said I actually have to put my money where my mouth is. I have to stop playing the game. This is my finale. We're going to finish my lore series, and that's it. I'm not going to crank the game on it for... I'm not sure. I'll probably cover some of the information that they're talking about, like whenever they make announcements or whatever. I'm obviously not going to let them off the hook whenever they decide to do DLCs that are chickens. Because somebody has to talk about it. Apparently, I've been appointed to this position, and it's just ridiculous. I have actually grown the ire of other content creators because I'm still talking about it, and I'm apparently affecting their income. Okay, so we also have the Out in the Woods party area. That was pretty small. It might actually just be the people here, because this is enough business, especially with this, to pull, I don't know, folks from that town. We got a couple people out in the boonies. They might work at these two businesses, which is concerning because obviously one of those people are cutting up other people. Found me after the drama about Jawoodle, but so far found your channel to be nice. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You bought 6 copies over the year? I have bought several copies. I have recommended the game to quite a few people. I have not purchased any of the DLC because the very first DLC was stuff that they decided... I was actually kind of looking forward to them adding stuff into the game, but their first DLC was stuff they removed from the game before and sold to people. That was when my first sirens started going off, and I was like, no, this is not okay. What the hell is this? Missile damage? I actually don't think that this is. Was this place open at the end? How many of you folks had a drive-in movie theater where you're at, and the drive-in movie theater has been gone for a long time? I grew up looking at the big screen, that right there. Every time we could go down the center area, like the main strip of our town, you could see the big screen off in the woods. But apparently it was a drive-in movie theater that closed well before we ever moved here. And I never even got a chance to do it. And I'm like, you know what? Nowadays, I think a drive-in movie theater would do great. People don't want to go into a movie theater because then they have to deal with people's phones, folks talking, people bringing their children with them. It's like, most folks would probably like to sit inside their vehicle and watch a movie. I should really bring that back. Ah, well. What really got me, Jwoodle aside, the Fun Pimps selling the console edition to a failing company that didn't have the means to update their console game, fighting to get their IP back, then contracting out the updates knowing they'd have to resell the game again to console players, yeah. And there's still like this whole gray zone about what happened with the other company for Blood Moons. You know, the game that was supposed to have been publicized and everything else by 7 Days, but was just like, that's the worst handling I have ever seen of a game. Like, it didn't even... You see people online all the time talking about things like Concord, how big of a failure it was, and the reasons behind it, and then you see something like 7 Days Blood Moons, and it's like, you guys haven't actually seen the worst a game's open can look like, and how quickly a game can get dropped. And the worst part is it's still listed on Steam. Still listed under the Fun Pimps, and still listed for a price. The only thing telling people, warning people not to make that purchase are the comments. And some people don't look at that whenever they go to make purchases. So they're just sitting there whenever someone makes a dumb mistake, or if it gets bundled up with something else for a deal, they might wind up buying something that does not even work. And on top of that, what kind of design choices did they decide to make? Because we all know, looking at the Blood Moons guys, some of the designs for the POIs they created, some of the interactions that some of the zombies made were intrinsically different than the way 7 Days handles its stuff. Now, because they are no longer making the game anymore and the game's technically dead, does that mean the Fun Pimps have the ability to use that without restriction? Because Illogica doesn't really own the game anymore, right? I mean, we actually have no confirmation on this. They haven't said whether or not the Fun Pimps brought that title with them to Behavior Interactive. Yeah, Blood Moons failed. You had a drive-in theater, Sun was done on a radio station. If you lived close enough, you could hear the movie on the radio. Really? I was just born like 10 years sooner. Not that it would have made any difference because we weren't living here, but it would have been fun to go into a drive-in movie theater. Question. Was this place open at the end? That's the main thing. Let me refocus instead of paying attention to that. The goal is to find out what was going on in these towns when the apocalypse kicked off. We want the story from the day of the apocalypse. So far, here's the theory if you haven't caught any of my lore episodes. We have confirmation that there was a flu that was going around, that was putting a strain on medical services, that was causing serious economic issues and stuff like that across the US. This area was set to fall next, as in they were getting an influx of flu and they needed to do something about it. Hagashi created a... Where is the image? Ah, here it is. Hagashi created Zioxide, to beat the flu. Now, this isn't a preventative, or at least this advertisement does not say it was a preventative. It's supposed to help you with the flu, which means people who had the flu took this hoping that they would not die. Or that they would get better faster, or whatever. Who knows? But after this, people started dying either from the flu itself because it didn't actually work, or from other random things like heart attacks, or crashes, or whatever. And then suddenly, zombies started happening. So those are two different events. We have the flus, we have the zombie apocalypse, and then the third event, which is the nukes. So, between the flu, the zombie apocalypse, and the nukes, we're trying to figure out when all of the timelines happened in each town and what was going on in each town during these things. We do have a date on the actual apocalypse, which is... Hold on. I will get it. At 7 Days Sweets, we have got Greenfield Convention Center, how to sell anything to buy very big margin, May 2034, 10 a.m., Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And if you actually go in there every single time you go in there, there is a full house, which means this thing was going on. This was not a defunct establishment. The place was being used up until the point of the end, you could tell that this place was in service. Basically, it wasn't a hotel that had gone by the wayside prior to the apocalypse. This was going on when the apocalypse happened. There are zombies everywhere. We've got suits, we've got Marilyns, we've got all of that. So we figure the zombie apocalypse part of the zombie apocalypse happened May 2034, which probably puts us January, February, somewhere around there for the flu part of it. Depending on how long it lasted. If it was slow moving, it could have been as early as 2033 that the flu section started. And then that possibly puts us October-ish when the bombs dropped. Maybe. Those are speculation, though. And I say only October because at one point, one of the bowling alleys actually had an October date on it, and they removed it when they got the new signage, so we don't have confirmation on that anymore. Okay, then we have the police station. The 3rd division. Are we occupado? 1, 2, 3. Lots of bad happened here. Lots of corpses. Some dead animals, which means that could actually be a dead dog. I don't know if I figured that out before. Dead animal is just like random dead animal. It could have been a canine that was over here. And we actually have a bus. This is the prison bus. Whenever we were going over the pine forest, there was a short bus at one of the restaurants, and I was like, there's no way it's a prison bus. We actually had that variant, so it wasn't a prison bus that was driving through there. It was a school bus, but it didn't necessarily have to be carrying school folks. Did this place fall? Prior to the apocalypse, during the apocalypse, during the bombing? I wouldn't say during the bombing. There's a chance that some of the bombs, and I say that only because when we're thinking about it, we're thinking of the wasteland. Maybe this place was hit with an EMP. I'm not sure why they would hit places with an EMP, but we speculated back when we were dealing with the desert and stuff like that, that there was a chance that they were trying to cut down communications, which would probably have happened after the zombie apocalypse before the bombs dropped. Probably as a way of stopping people from being warmed so they couldn't try to evacuate and spread whatever was going on. I would assume that that means that they would have to have thought that it was contained. Maybe the xioxide distribution was contained? Possibly? Or they didn't know that that's what was causing it yet. Okay, we have a savage country, which kind of makes sense up in this area because we probably have a lot of, I don't know, rough and tumble type of folks, so that makes sense. And seeing as how we don't have actual clothing anymore, I feel like that place doesn't do anything for the overall story. What do we got here? Baked with a mother's loves. Ma, Baker, and Sons. Baguettes. White bread. Artesian bread. Ciabatta. Shibata, don't know. Croissant, danishes, cinnamon rolls, and pies. We have evidence that you were open when crap hit the fan. They do have some signage. Some crap has gone down outside of the bakery, guys. But this denotes that whatever this was, there was a functioning police station, just conveniently right across from the police station. You mean to tell me somebody right across from the police station shot somebody? This is kind of unusual, though. I don't think we're going to find an outline of a person anywhere else. Could this actually have been the first turn? They wouldn't have marked it like this if the dude had died of a flu. The henpocalypse is here? Yeah, exactly. Well, if this game makes a Fallout reference, cough, Jen mentioning stim packs, it makes sense that the bombs dropped in October. Fallout is just very weird, because they also have Christmas decorations in weird places too, so... Sometimes I feel like Fallout's just a fever dream. Was Ma Baker's robbed right before the apocalypse? Can we place a time on this? Is there like... I don't know. More tape inside? It does have both of the newspapers in this area. We do have a TV on. I do not see... Peekaboo. Hi, Frank. There's a lot of blood everywhere. They were playing cards. This looks sketchy. Were they doing like a backrooms poker or something like that? Ma Baker's got guns in the basement and they're playing a card game? Or funnily stolen goods? Oh, I was really hoping you were gonna have the AIOS on your stuff and things. Will it? The number 13 on the wall, guys. Bump, bump. I don't know what all of this means, though. Arms dealer? Was Mom an arms dealer? Ma, rather? Is she an arms dealer? Up and under. Okay, where does this come out at? Dadgummit. No! Let me back in. Oh my god. Okay. Let me out. Comes out in the garage. You reckon they did delivery? It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno? Okay, that goes straight to the kitchen. But... Ma Baker's is so sketch. I didn't even realize, guys. What is this? Goes to administration. To the fresh bread. Out here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, okay. What were you doing, dude? There might have been more bodies than the one outside. I just don't think the cops knew about the other ones. That just happened to be the one that got away. Are you Ma Baker? Why is this here? Oh, sneaky door. Gotcha. So this would have been the official door people were supposed to go through, which is through the garage, which is probably how they did their deliveries. Okay. Obviously, Ma Baker was on the take, and she was probably smuggling people and weapons. Were the police in on the action? He was up to breaking the wall? Possibly. He might have been caught over there and taken somebody out and was trying to actually get out. Maybe? No, the new theory for Fallout is it's just all a Vault-Tec VR simulation. That's true. They've been really pushing that one hard. Just makes me feel like the next one that they do is just really going to push the boundaries of what is reality. Is there a chance that the police were on the take, and the only reason they marked the guy in the back is because he happened to make it outside? Would you, if you were a gun smuggler / bread smuggler, obviously, People smuggler. Did you really do it right next to the cops? I mean, like, right under the cops. Had to be suspicious with these little things going out all the time. I mean, they probably wouldn't ever look here. It's like, you wouldn't possibly do something right next to the cops, would you? Why should we pay attention? I mean, the place is called Ma's Baker. She has pies. It's Ma and her sons. Yeah. Maybe Ma was a mob boss. Seeing the downstairs, I would think that she is. This is like the head. I wonder whether or not any of the other businesses are involved. Depending on how many businesses are involved, depends on whether or not the cops were involved, because obviously you're going to have to pay the cops to look the other way. Crack a book. Crack a cafe, because, you know, crack. Everybody appreciates some crack. Were you guys involved? I don't think so. I remember this building. And I don't think that there's any evidence that you guys are involved in any of this. Sad thing, because you would figure that they would be able to sell some of the stuff here. You reckon they were in competition? People come and buy their books. They probably want like a muffin or something. And Ma's Cafe right across the street. Can you imagine somebody coming here with like a little piece of pie or croissant? They go into the Crack-a-Book, order coffee, and the guy behind the counter is like, you can't bring outside food here. And they go, it's from Ma's. And the dude just like goes pale white and he's like, never mind, continue on. Because they know what's going on with Ma's. It's like, I don't want to be shoved into her basement. We know better. Terrifying stuff. Terrifying stuff. We've got the doggos. No underground. I'm not even sure this place was being used at the end. The signage looks very new, but the building still looks in disrepair. It says open, but I don't know if this place was actually being utilized. The place is devastated. When you compare it with the other buildings, I don't know about that. Of course, if you think about it, it's technically got the door frontage in the back alley. Kind of sketch. Rogue nerds. You cannot make the nerd outfit cool. I'm sorry, it's freaking hideous, and anybody who's wearing it should be shot. Thank you. But they do have the AIOS going on, guys. That's sketchy. That's sketchy. What if we find out the rogue nerds are responsible for the hack that started everything? So you want to shoot me? As long as you cover it up, I don't care. The nerd outfit is the choice. It's just a bad one. It's a sign of mental instability, and mental instability does not have any place in the apocalypse. Just like that chicken outfit. She was an American criminal in the 1930s? Who? What? Ma is Big Mama? The cops were dirty? Elder Scrolls 6 took a hit, or is it bad news or something? I would have to say them removing anybody at any of the companies is going to cause a problem, just because they're going to have to redo it, but I think ultimately Bethesda will be better off for the less people. They were making games before they accrued all of those folks, and they stopped making games Sort of. I mean, if you can call Fallout 76 a game, I mean, yeah, it is, but it's not really. They started making DLCs, same as 7 Days is doing right now. That's what they started actually making. They weren't making a whole lot of anything after they accrued their 14 versions of, or layers of management, and their 400 or however many people, thousands of people that they employed. They were actually making games before. They're not making games anymore, which means the extra people are not actually helping. Okay, so this was a full-on civilian group, and they had tech. They had serious tech. Rogue nerds, and they... What do you call it whenever people put their stuff on there? What do they call that? They tagged the place. During the apocalypse, prior to the apocalypse, after the flu, but before the zombies, maybe? I mean, they obviously thought that they were going to get into something. They were in communication with people. I had a whole society up here. What if they were actually responsible for the actual hack? They were inside the building and moved onto the roof. Why did y'all move onto the roof, by the way? Holy crap, this building is in disrepair. What happened? Oh. I'm going to guess you guys were fighting against zombies and lost floor and finally went up to the roof. Rogue Nerds Refuge. And they were using the iOS as well. The AIOS. The AI operating system. I'm not sure which way I'm supposed to say that. What was this building ahead of time? The library? No, Bombshell News. It was a news organization to start with. You missed the Bethesda that made Morrowind? Yes. Move to the roof for better satellite signal, and the extension lead from the solar panels wasn't enough. Oh. Sure, thank you. I do appreciate it. I completely understand what you're saying. It's like the Elm Street house? It's an Easter egg? Talking about Mara Barkers from the 30s who ran a gang robbing banks. Oh, really? So they're bank robbers. Okay, so we... Alright, I get that. Do we have a reference for the Rogue Nerds and Bombshell News? Big Mama's from Dawn of the Dead remake. They got Evil Dead Cabin. They have Freddy's house, Jason's, like Leatherface and Farm. Yeah. I'm not surprised that they've got a lot of references, but trying to figure out how they actually fit into this world is what we're actually trying to do. The Scarlet Journals, Helena T. Peterson. Is this a reference? Okay, this place was really, really messed up. Military, not military, civilian fight? I would say if it was the military, they wouldn't have labeled it as the nerds. They would have labeled it as military, at least to start with. Okay, so I'm guessing that the people upstairs went upstairs as part of survival, but did they basically use the downstairs areas like their horde base or battleground? Because I'm seeing tons and tons of dead bodies and a lot of mess, a lot of like rocks inside. I'm seeing dead bodies all over the place. I'm seeing garbage. Do you have the OS? Yes, you do. But there's not a whole lot of zombies inside. Like, this place might have happened during the flu before the zombies. There's one. Want to go through in case somebody else decides they want to go through. This is for a remnant. There's a lot here. But there's an entire civilization upstairs, and it looks like they actually stayed communicating with somebody else. Which takes preparation. They knew something was going to happen. I mean, they had the materials, they had tents, which they probably scavenged from over there. Communications devices.
A shiny.
We lost? Uh-oh. We were last?
What's up?
Everybody back now? Are we good? Okay. Yeah, it was probably just a dip in the internet. If it dips one time, chances are it will probably... There it goes again. Alright. This is just gonna be that kind of day. Alright. So let me backtrack just a little bit and say... Maybe what was going on inside this building started before the apocalypse, possibly with the beginning part, or maybe even prior to the flu. The preparation that this particular group has says that some people in the know, possibly people who are digging around on things like 4chan and in Reddit and some of these backwoods places where they can get information, somehow, oh geez, somehow or another, these guys knew to be prepared. They had a lot of stuff in the area, but they were able to bring it all together. They have communications devices, they have TVs, they have generators, they have solar panels. I mean, all kinds of stuff. This is an amazing amount of preparation for there to be nobody here. Maybe it's the AI telling Liz to shh, giving away too many pieces of information. That's a possibility. I'm gonna say this group was probably a rebel faction prior to even the flu. Like an underground faction, and this is where they were kind of based out of. At least that's what they tell me. This is what this tells me. And during the ending part of it, there was a massive battle that happened inside of this building. I don't know if it's from another faction, possibly from Maz and her group, because they weren't prepared. They came here to try and steal stuff, but they didn't actually take very much. There's still a lot sitting up here that they didn't get. But maybe that's because both sides took each other out in the end. All it takes is the last remaining people to do lethal damage or enough to where their bodies couldn't recover from an infection or something, and both parties are just down now. So this is an interesting tidbit right here. At least one organization, possibly organization that use that loosely, knew about it possibly prior to. Maybe they were watching through the AIOS and seeing something in the code, you know? Wedge, how you doing? How's your stuff? How's your things? Now we got the Postal Service, we've got Second Life Appliances. We've seen these places a little bit quite a few times. I don't think that there's any story related to the grander plan here. Yeah, I'm not really seeing anything. Nothing in the parking lot that attached to the rest of it for the story. Nothing there. Rise Realty. With a plane. Rise Realty. Vacation homes, maybe?
They're here.
Alright, July's almost over, but I suppose I'll survive. Yeah, that's how I'm feeling. Right now, it's like less about the heat and more about the mosquitoes. Holy crap. There has been a serious uptick in mosquitoes this year. And they are vicious. I cannot walk outside without having to deal with those. Okay, we have been through this, but now that we see the new signage, is there anything new? And this place looks like it was like halfway in and halfway out. I wonder how the economy was doing in this world prior to the flu part of this. Here's another section of people that somehow knew. Obviously, if this was going on, people in the area were talking. Now, whether or not they thought the people over there were crackpots is one thing or another, but somebody paid attention. At least enough to go over there and probably get some supplies whenever crap hit the fan, realizing that they needed to do something. I got together some supplies, a couple of tents. They didn't last very long, probably because they did, in fact, take the dioxide or whatever it was and then, probably froze. It's one thing thinking you can survive in the snow, it's another thing actually having to do it. Kind of amazes me, though, that there are places they could have shacked up, not outside on a roof. But then again, if you can't actually break out stairs to stop zombies from coming up to where you're at, I guess the roof does seem very, very tempting. Then we have special tots. What you got going on for us? What kind of information can you tell us? Besides the closest sewing accessories place shut down. Oh, we do not wish it to be dark. Oops, I did not mean to do that. In use or not in use prior to the apocalypse, let's say. We have got a wheelchair. We have got broken stuff, and there are patches here. This could have been done post-apocalyptic to barricade, but Frank 1 and Frank 2 might as well be the principal and the assistant principal for all I know. In which case, this place was in session, or at the very least they had people here planning something or another. Question. Why do toddlers have lockers? This isn't usual. This looks like a toddler's room. I think they need to do some more work on this one. The Poopy Pants daycare looks more like a toddler area than this does. And this is called Special Tots, so you would figure it would also look like a toddler area. I think they probably need to go back and retouch up this place. It needs some work. Okay, I'm gonna take a stab in the dark and say this place closed down when the flu started getting bad, but the people who worked here were coming back to continue doing what they were supposed to do, but they didn't have any toddlers here. They didn't have any toddlers here because there are no children in this apocalypse. That's why I'm gonna go out on a limb and say for that one. Angel, how you doing? Saying work, they don't know we're solving world's problems today? Yes, exactly. Tell them to hold. Riot? There have been a lot of places here that look more like there was civil unrest, unlike in the Pine Forest. The place just looked deserted, like everybody left or hunkered in place and didn't do a damn thing before everything just finally collapsed. This place looks like some crap happened. Like, most of the buildings look like serious things took place. So I don't think people left here. And I would say there was probably enough civilians and sick people, maybe the cops, possibly Mama and her thugs. Something. There were some civilian battles going on in this zone. Pete Squirrel. This one has changed a bit. Or is this new? You did have a bag. They were not using the AIOS. There's still a lot of gunk back here. Somebody's working on something. Tables are turned over. There are bodies everywhere. I'm not seeing a whole lot of zombies, though. Is this a... Yeah, it's a remnant. Okay. For most of the remnants that have bodies but hardly any zombies, I'm gonna guess that this happened as things were starting to fail. That it might have been people, possibly, taking people out. Right? Given the fact that it's close to this and Ma's Bakery is over there. Yeah. Minotaur. How do you paint concrete to match painted concrete? That's a good question. I don't know. Can I bring you up to speed with what I'm doing? Basically, this series started out as me checking out on my main channel, I did, lore videos having to do with, say, Higashi and their development of Zioxide that actually caused the zombie apocalypse. There was a flu, zombie virus, and a bomb that happened. So what we're doing is we're going around to some of the bigger POIs, checking them out, and to find out what happened inside those particular rooms. For instance, not only did we find out that the zombie apocalypse is a secondary thing, it was not caused by the flu. The flu happened, someone tried to create a medicine, the medicine caused people to change. We found out that not only that Higashi was probably responsible for other things like mutations, but there is... tinfoil hat theory, there is a chance that some of this may not have been in Higashi's problem. There might have actually been a hack that happened because there were a whole bunch of PCs that had this new AIOS, which is an AI operating system that is now part of the new signage that they have that is on quite a few computers now that are still on somehow. And in every single one of those rooms, there seemed to be a janitor, which there's not going to be a janitor in every single office. So we theorized that each of the zombies is a archetype for a particular type of zombie. In this particular case, instead of a janitor, it might have been a tech person. So why do you have tech people in every single one of your computer rooms along with the people who are working in them, which are the guys in suits? Possibly because something was going on with the computer system. So was there a hack of some sort that might have actually released something else that we don't know about? So that's what I've been doing. I've been going through different areas and trying to figure that out. In the midst of doing all of those individual POIs, someone asked if I would do Navezgane, because technically Navezgane is supposed to be our story map, according to what we have been told. This is where the story will take place. According to the Fun Pimps in the past, the story mode will take place in a specific order: pine forest, burn forest, desert, snow, wasteland, because that's how they actually have us pathing according to their badge system that they started with, and now our PPE, it's going to force us to go through this section in a particular way. So what I'm doing is going in that particular manner, and instead of looking at individual POIs for their individual story, I'm looking at the entire map of the area to see if I can tell what's going on inside those towns at the moment the apocalypse happened, when things collapsed. What was the story of what happened at the onset of the apocalypse? Basically, our character wakes up in the apocalypse with amnesia and the need to pay some dupe money because he spared our lives. But does our character remember the world before the apocalypse? No clue. I can tell you definitively that some of our traders do. Some of the traders were alive at the advent of the apocalypse, which actually puts a time limit on from when the apocalypse started to when our character woke up. We're looking for more lore about what happened at the apocalypse. We're trying to find out the past of our own character by looking at the POIs and the way in which they are arranged in Navezgane for the story. I'm not sure if that summarized it, but that's what it is. I hope that's understandable anyway. We're hunting the lore by looking at the way things are set up. We are flying around. I have also got the AI frozen, so whenever we pop into a POI to see whether or not That particular POI has bearing on our story. We can see what kind of zombies spawn and where they spawn at. And the reason why that is important is because, for instance, the Higashi thing, the only reason I know that there's possibility of an operating system failure is because the janitor is also in the room with the guy with the suits. So why would there be so many of these? Thank you for the follow. Thank you. The only reason I would know that that was a thing that was happening is because I froze the zombies where they were to see which type of zombies spawn. Whenever they're making these POIs, they have some choices in the type of zombie that they put in there. They also have a thing that tells them, like, we want this many zombies from this level of bad guy. But in some cases, it's actually, no, I want one with a suit and I want them here. Or I want Marilyn, which is the lady. We want her here, or we want this particular bad guy here. And why would they choose this particular zombie in this particular area? And does that tell us anything about the type of people who were there when crap hit the fan? So, yeah. Okay, now the Minotaur, which is a high-level POI. Was this place occupied during the apocalypse? Did people rush here after the apocalypse to seek shelter? Is this place being scavenged way post-apocalyptic time and then people just died or whatever? I will yet again re-emphasize the fact that obviously the zombie apocalypse no longer exists. It has to be the people who take the medicine. So we have to assume some of these guys, because there are zombies in here, these guys were alive to turn into zombies. So that changes our timeline. But we do have traps here. We have one dude that's not changed. He's on the floor. That guy is going to explode that if he moves. We have one guy that looks like he either is too damaged so that he didn't turn, or he didn't take the medicine that allows him to turn into a zombie, so that's one guy who was not medicated. We've got tons and tons of Marilyn. Guys in suits. Did they ever change it with the signage? Do we actually have a movie or anything in here? No, it was a play. It was a play. Okay. Okay. You guys, are you? No, they're not done. Wait for it. Can you stack them higher? Yes, they can. Are we done? Nope, they're not done. Holy crap, dude. How many of you were inside that tiny hole? A lot. That's the answer to that. A lot. The fun pimps and their need to shove zombies inside tiny holes. It will be, studied one day. Anyway, okay. So, zombie types. This is a play. What do we think the play was about? This doesn't look interesting at all. So, it could be any number of things. Are these people who work here? They could have showed up at the end of the apocalypse. Like, as things are falling apart outside, they could have come here. And they could have even mixed in with people who were already here. So, the cops, the archetype is... They could be anyone from an actual cop, which we do have a police station. They could be security guards that are here. Heck, they could be off-time cops. They could have been here just for recreational purposes. And then we've got Common Dude 1, 2, 3, and 4. And we've got a variant. Two variants? Two variants. The white is a variant. Though that's probably the least of the variants. It's probably just something... if you haven't seen one of these, the variants are zombies that are not quite just human. There's something else that happened, whether it was an interaction with their DNA, like the white, possibly. He looks close enough to be human, but he's stronger than the other archetypes, which means something about him was different. As far as the cop goes, I'm just taking him as a cop, and his variation means nothing to me, because he's just like an archetype for a cop. I really don't like his character. I would much prefer it if they put the spitting action on somebody else and he was just like his regular version. But the variants like the crawler dude, he looks like either an attempt to fix zombification, like Higashi was attempting to fix their mistake at some point and accidentally released this, or something happened during the changing process. Say, I'm gonna go out on a limb here. Dude took the medicine for the flu, so he got the zombie virus, whatever it was that caused that. And then he took something else, or he was on something else, or he had a genetic disposition of something that caused this variation of him. I don't know. For all we know, this is what meth does to people whenever they also take Zioxide. I have no clue. We do know that there is a chance because of the screamer that we find in the hospital. There is a chance that the screamer is a combination of Zioxide and psychotic medicine. Because there was a lady in the psychiatric ward, and she was being watched and she was a screamer. That's the closest we've gotten to a reason why she exists. Maybe it's a combo between those types of medicines. So, this could be just normal folks sitting here. I don't see anything else. I don't think the place was packed out, even though we've got all these people here. We've got... okay, we got a lot of people. A lot of people died in the stairwell. Trying to run? Maybe? Where did they think they were gonna go? Side door, maybe? There are surprisingly few people in here. Okay, it is kind of odd because there's nobody still left here. If there was like, crap hit the fan, zombie action was happening, not that kind of zombie action, this is not an X-rated show. If zombie action was actually happening right here, you would figure there'd be a couple of dead bodies over here, but there's not. Maybe instead they were gearing up for a play, like these guys were doing a full production. Do we have people up here? Eh, shocker, dude. Yes, we do. Maybe they were gearing up for production and this was a full dress rehearsal. Dress rehearsal, but there are people outside. I wonder if this could possibly give us a time of day, because the 7 Days to Die suites, their what was it, their meeting thing happened at like 10 a.m. And obviously all those people changed into zombies. Somebody died, something happened, some crap hit the fan there, they all changed during their meeting, so it was 10 o'clock in the morning when that happened. This is the same county, so we're in the same time zone. 10 o'clock in the morning dress rehearsal? He was bitten by a radioactive spider while taking Zioxide? There's a possibility. You mean they have a condition? Oh, good lord. They might have a condition. Okay, so if crap hit the fan here... Now, the only thing that says to me maybe that's not exactly how that happened is there are traps here, which means somebody was here trying to protect themselves. They weren't completely caught off guard. And we have nurses. Heck dudes, nurses. I'm pretty sure we could probably find every single flavor of zombie here. And there's structural damage with explosives. There are military guys upstairs though, right? We got that dude. Normal dude. That dude. Okay. And we got up here. I thought there was military guys. There's a bit of military stuff. That makes no damn sense. Yes? Question, where did these guys get explosives? The cold freezes your lungs. It's fine. No military guys. Where did they get explosives? There's one place, the hospital that's in the Pine Forest. It is evident that there are military guys there, and military just kind of yeeted a grenade down one of the chutes to stop bad guys from coming upstairs to them, but this doesn't seem like there were military folks. Have we figured out where it all started? We don't know exactly where the flu started, and it depends on whether or not you mean the flu or the zombie virus. The flu, from what the newspapers that we've gotten, is talking about the Northeast, and that it's coming this way, so I'm assuming it probably came in with, like, a flight or a shipment or something like that. The actual spot where the flu started itself, we don't know, but we do know Hagashi is the one who started the zombie virus, or at least there's a speculation for that, because we have dead bodies, tons and tons of body bags with dead folks, and then the dead started walking, so those are two totally different events, and the event stopped after crap hit the fan. Like, when our character dies, we don't turn into a zombie. If you're in a server, you don't see somebody else's body start walking again. The infections that we catch in the game are just like normal infections that you would get if you didn't treat any other things. So the zombie infection, as far as we know, is actually caused by the thing that Hagashi did, which is dioxide. Now, there are also dogs in the theater? Why? There is also a voice line from Rex talking about Hagashi paid him to try out their fertilizer. And there's some sketchiness that happens at Bob's Boars. And between Bob's Boars, the supercorn, Hagashi's fertilizer, we have no proof that they were manufacturing. There is speculation, and quite a bit of it, that they were chopping up people. And maybe because they were chopping up people who possibly took dioxide because they were trying to get rid of the bodies, because they created a lot of bodies. That might be the reason why they were trying to get rid of it, and maybe... I can't say that it passed because of the fertilizer, just because there would be herbivores that would have changed, and herbivores did not change. The dogs changed. Bears changed. At least one boar changed, which could have been because that boar was fed people. A lot of people. But not every carnivore changed, and herbivores didn't change, so... Still speculating on transmission. Why are there dogs here? Were there going to be dogs in the production? Do you have kennels here? Why are they on the roof? Like, one lady, is the apocalypse going? Let me take my 3 dogs with me to the local theater. Okay, this place doesn't make any sense. This is one of the POIs. They just threw bad guys in without any thought about what it meant. Okay, we've got a regular body here. Dude either took too much damage to turn into a zombie, or he didn't take the medicine that zombified him. And the reason why I say that is because we got half a people walking around, which means that the legs don't make any difference. It's the head. He does have a bit of head trauma, but we do have one zombie that's got pretty decent head trauma, so I'm gonna go on a limb and say he didn't have the medicine. We do have that one guy. Okay. This place by itself does not make any sense. If we put it in the context of the local businesses, does it make more sense? Tots, Pete's, Rogue Nerds. There's a bank development here, and Lux Restaurant. I mean, I don't know of very many towns whose business relies on a big theater, but is this a theater town? Like, a lot of business comes through here? So maybe it employs a lot of people? And some folks might just be showing up because, I don't know, they're on break, because we've got some nurses here, so maybe they come over, they bring in a lunch for their person who's also working on the rigging or the lights or the whatever. I can come up with reasons why there's randos in here. I don't understand why there are explosives in here. There are cops, but are cops laying down mines? Grenades? Maybe. Flashbangs? Yes. Mines? And why here? Police dogs? Maybe. Why would the police dogs be at the movie theater, though? They just catching a show? Getting a hot dog? Maybe they really like popcorn? I don't know. We could think of it as what kind of production were they doing, and I don't know, if there was more of a school. There's a school over here, right? Which level is this? I have track. High school. Okay. Tots, no. High school? I don't know. If you're trying to attract a group of people to become police officers or go into the military, you don't put on a show at the movie theater, you go to the school, which is in the same town. So I can't say it was a recruiting drive, and there's no military here. And my dead funeral homes were cremating a lot of people. Yeah, there's been a lot of corpses. We've gotten several different counts. The hospital not too far from here had like 86 corpses. Higashi had 54. Not to mention, they have these posters over here. Some guy running. Cool. And sexual tension and mama's justice. They've got a whole bunch of coming soon, but not live now. Shush your face hole. They are feeding people sham, which is people. There's also an explosive just sitting in the middle of the thing. Okay, is there a chance that there is just, like, terrorists here? It's right across the street from some other sect. I don't even know who these folks are, but it seems like they knew more than they were supposed to. Do we think that whatever they knew, they told these guys? Maybe, but these guys didn't take any... They didn't take any precautions other than defensive, no survival precautions, unless the guys from here actually wound up in here thinking they could defend themselves, because the inside of that building was wrecked. Let's just go to the next building. There are no people over there. Maybe they all ran over here and decided to start exploding this business. I could see a group of nerds probably knowing how to put together a mine. That just seems sketchy. That's a big tinfoil hat right there. I mean, like, that's... The story doesn't fit in with the wider story. This just... It 100% looks like someone just, like, threw a whole bunch of zombies in and did not care. Let's move on, because sometimes, occasionally, whenever a place doesn't look like it makes sense, other places answer the question for that place. So let's try and check other areas. We have the Cup of Joy for lease. A bank system. We do know that there were possibly bank heisters in town. What does this say? Home and car loans made easy, fast approvable, flexible terms, and rates that fit your budget. Your next step starts here. Okay. My finger did the thing. There's a police car here. Some stuff did go down here. There's garbage everywhere. Yeah, this was a serious battle. Stuff happened here. A lot of the stuff in Pine Forest, it just looks like nothing happened. And then there's rooms where stuff obviously happened. This entire building, again, looks like stuff really happened here. This could be a situation where crap was hitting the fan and people were like, we're gonna go get ours, let's go after the bank, and they went after the bank and crap happened. Possibly also made dog food out of dead bodies, that's a possibility. And full kitchens, some defenses, and traps, the theater for entertainment. That's a possibility, but it didn't look like they were really... They weren't situated, sorry, for, survival. That building over there, that's situated... Hold on. I get a little bit closer because some of that stuff is out of frame. This looks situated survival. This is tents, fires, water barrels, water catchment systems. They've got a grill over here. They've got some ways of making power. They've even got stuff for communications. This over here? It looks like they were fighting a battle with no intention of staying here. So it could just be, because we're checking out this as Navasgain, it could be that the people that were in here decided to stop fighting battles downstairs because completely take out their own building and a lot of it is falling apart. Maybe they finally decided to stop fighting in there and brought it over here? Maybe. But in order to bring it over here, they probably had to fight the zombies that were already inside. Which would probably look like two groups going after the same building, and I don't really see that either. So, like I said, it really doesn't fit as far as the story, and I have a feeling some of these places, they're not in their permanent home. Like, they'll probably be moved a couple more times, revamped a couple more times. Obviously, most of the places are going to take a little bit of work when new blocks get put in. Navasgain realtors. Alright, so this whole building was actually for sale? It's a bank. You have underground area? Yes, you do. What the heck? This is the building next door, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. So, question. Was Mama's trying really hard to get into the building by not going through the front? Got a generator down here. A lot of dead bodies. A cop. Straight into the safe. So. After you get your big loots, which it does not look like they did. How do you get out? It doesn't look like they got out. There are some serious splattages on the floor. Where the hell did you just come from, dude? I had to open that. How did they get out? Did they just go back out the way they came in? They just straight up stole everything underneath, but there's a dead body in here. Maybe they didn't get along with somebody else. It's like, I helped you get all the way through here. I dug through here with a spoon and you're gonna turn against me at the last minute? Shoots him in the head, takes off with the money. Somebody had to have known it was going on. There are security cameras. Can you imagine if you wasted all of the human life from your entire crew to break into a bank only to find out somebody dug underneath the bank and stole it before you got there? I would be so angry. Like, here, we're gonna go in guns blazing, we're gonna take our entire crew. Some of you are gonna have to be sacrificed for the betterment of the rest of us, but the apocalypse has happened and we're going to need money. It's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. You guys, it's okay. You will live on in our memory and in the apocalypse. And they blow through here. They try to break through areas. They take out a few people. I mean, this looks like they took out a customer. They get all the way to the safe. There's nothing in the safe. Ooh, they're also on the AIOS, guys. Or if you're the ones who dug through the ground only to find out somebody had broken through the building and got into it before you did. That'd be bad, too. It's either that, or instead of two groups trying to go after the same money, crap hit the fan and a whole lot of people showed up to try and pull their money out so they could go do what they needed to do, and they tried to stop them from pulling their money out and someone got violent about it. How could one use money after civilization is gone? It depends on how much they knew about whether or not civilization was gone. Whether or not civilization would recover. Some folks would be like, okay, let's go in there and steal all the money or whatever, and then in a couple of months when they finally get everything sorted again, we'll be rich, you know? I guess it all depends on how optimistic your crew is on how good things are going to get. Or they could go in there looking for hard assets, because it does look like the thing had, what do you call those? Safety deposit boxes. They were mailboxes, but they're safety deposit boxes, and some people store jewels and gold and things like that in there, so it could be that. It could also be, who knows, there could have been some sort of epic jewel in there or something like that. Do we have like a really hoity-toity house around here somewhere? Is there a hoity-toity house? I don't know. Maybe. If there's like a really, really rich family and someone's like angry about that particular family having all of the riches, they might go after their safety deposit box if they knew about it. Particularly if you have like an inside man who knows something about it. I come up with stories in my spare time, guys. It's just a thing that I do. Okay, this looks absolutely decimated. I have to say, this is on theme. I am shocked that they are actually managing to keep it. I have to say, Minotaur probably needs a little bit of help. But this area looks wrecked as well. Question. The way it felt in the Pine Forest, it felt more like, yeah, the houses were messed up, but the town itself looked like they really didn't know what was going to happen. Like, either they evacuated, maybe some of those were vacation homes, maybe most of them were already in the hospital with the flu when everything happened, and that's the reason why a majority of what happened in that town looks like it happened pre-apocalypse, or middle apocalypse, or however you want to say it. It happened at the hospital. That's where it looks like everything accumulated. This looks like it happened everywhere in this town. Like this town knew what was going on for one reason or another, and civilization simply broke down. Whether places were broken into or straight up skirmishes happened every place. Oh, what about you?
Hey, buddy. You look thirsty. Why don't you get hydrated?
Hey, Reaper. Argoon, how you doing? It used to be that zombies were placed as sleepers. Now, though, they appear nowhere in the overworld. Oh, yeah. RL banks don't keep money. Your money is right now. Their numbers on the screen. Yeah, except for the stuff that's actually inside of the lock boxes. And sometimes that's not even like money that they have in there. It's like important documents, jewels maybe, important keys, things like that. I wouldn't say most of them probably even keep jewels inside there. It's a select group of folks that would probably keep their jewels inside a bank. Most people who invest into jewels, gold, and silver probably keep them in a fire safe box somewhere inside their own house, rather than a bank. But yeah. There's plenty of times in history where there's been bank runs where people have all gone in to get their money, and the reason why they can't give you their money is because they don't technically have the money in there. which would probably result in a whole bunch of people getting angry and fights breaking out, which might be the reason why. It's because everybody decided at the exact same time, I'm going to withdraw my money. And some of it is also not necessarily people knew the apocalypse was coming, they went and got their money. It was more like, I need liquidity in order to, I don't know, get in my car, purchase gas, buy some food, I need to get out of here. So they go to the bank, they try to get their money because they're not sure if later on the electricity is going to be on in order to use their credit card somewhere. So it may not just necessarily be people think that this is the end, it's more like people know that they need to get out. And I guess it depends on what everybody was being told. Which we haven't seen a news report to see what they were being told. There are people up here in the attic. This entire thing looks pretty bad. But it was downtown, so if there were riots or messing up of the middle town, there's a cop car. There's not a firefighter or an ambulance here, though. The whole place looks really messed up. But there are fixing materials here, so I'm kind of confused about when this happened. The reason being is we've got a flu that's going on. This area was next on the list on where it was going to hit, so shipments probably slowed down but didn't stop. Obviously, the zombie apocalypse happens, people aren't getting shipments, but if they got shipments of stuff to fix things with, some of the problems with this happened well before the apocalypse. But there were people still here because, I mean, they've got a freaking dew collector. Dew collector's kind of a silly choice inside a snowy area. Okay, I'm not seeing total devastation here. There's a body there. Possibly. They left, maybe? Possibly someone else drifted through, but for the most part, they left. Okay, and they had an evacuation point in the middle of town. Which is weird. Boyle misses me. I'm told he said he has laws, but not a condition. Boyle has a condition. It's just the thing that fixes his condition is a bit different. Occasionally on there you can see legible newspapers. There's actually two of them you can see. One talks about the bombs and one talks about the flu. Decimation? Prior to or with the apocalypse? Hang on, do we have any fixing materials here? Were they trying to do repairs? I don't see anything. So, this was just an abandoned house prior to. Next to the movie theater, of all things. Surprised I didn't get citations, especially right next to this nice house. Hangman's Retreat. There's a reason it's called Hangman's Retreat. This is a pretty nice house here. That whole market value over there is going bad, though. Real bad. And then we've got the high school. An evacuation point 8. I wonder how many total there are. Downtown parking 24/7. They just decided to make it in a zone. It's odd, though, that there's not a hospital for this area. Isn't this also the school that's got, like, an evacuation center inside of it? Inside the gym? Gym. Right here. Military response. Not really an evacuation point, though it does look like maybe the military and the hazmat were here. They were in the initial stages of possibly setting up Though it's odd because the one military vehicle looks really messed up. And they're right next to an evacuation point. And the athletics complex, which is another evacuation point, but it does not look like anybody was being evacuated. The death toll in this place. Are we ready, guys? It has to be done. Hang on. Okay. There's none inside the building, right? I mean, there is, but we're looking for body bags specifically. It basically denotes dead people who were... Not maintained is not really the word, but it's one where you could tell. Now there are. Somebody bagged them up, which means there were human hands taking care of them, so it's like a different metric. They are also outside. Were they bringing the bodies here to be disposed of? Yes? I would say yes. It looks like this is where they were probably bringing all of the bodies to get rid of, right? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I think. 20. 20. Is that all inside the building? 20? I didn't do that. Okay, hang on. Just in case I lose count, 20 inside the building. Okay. 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64... 64 up into the point. We are definitely surpassing the hospital on this one, guys. 100% surpassing the hospital. We haven't even gotten to the center. This one, I'm kind of confused. Do we think that these guys were, like, sick and maybe showing signs, and then they were put in here? Or did someone lock people in here? Maybe there was a revolt. People were not agreeing on how things should be handled. Okay. 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70. 70. 71, 72, 73, 74, 75. 76, 77, 78, 79. 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87. 88, 89. Alright, we're over the hospital now. 84 was how many was in the hospital? Do we have anybody in here? No. '90, '91, '92, '93, '94, '95, '96, '97, '98, '99, '99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 108, 109, 10, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119. Right there. How about we get outside and then we go inside? 120, 120, 122, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38. 38. Okay, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78. 8. Is that all out here? 78? 178? Was that all of them? Okay, now we just gotta deal with what's in the hole. And there's some underground. I didn't even know there was some underground. Hold on, was there some underground over here other than the one that I could see? You're not standing on anybody, are you? No. You were. Okay, it was just one. I counted the just one. I was not expecting there to be guys underneath the thing, underneath the mound. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 30 underground. We're at 198. Oh god. Question. Where did all these people come from? What was the pre-illness population in Abasgain? That's a very good question because this denotes most of the people were dead. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. This is, hold on, this is not going to work. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Each one of these piles is 5, right? Sorry. Is that 5? Yeah, 5. 5, 10, 15. That's not it. Because these are all individuals. This is a different type of pile. Okay, so those were... How do you reset the chunk again? Is it chunk chunk? Chunk reset, maybe? Ah, I've already forgotten it. Oh. Is that one word? There it goes. Okay. Let me try that again. I didn't realize this was a different type of pile, so that's not gonna work either. Okay. Sorry, dude. I just keep kicking you around. It's not my fault. Alright, so 5, 10. I know this is 15. 16, 17. Come on. Okay, we can do this section. Jeez. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 23? Okay, so 73 in this section, which takes our total up to... Dude's making so much noise. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. Okay. Sorry, guys. I do apologize. I've been waiting on that phone call for ages. Finally got the appointment made for September, so it's finally taken care of. Where the heck were we even at? I was adding. Alright, so... we're at 271. Right? You ran an ad for me? Thank you. I do apologize for just, like, jumping out of here. Having to do this means... I'm assuming that means you have to work through, like, several different offices. And apparently they don't communicate very well with each other. You were using the facilities? I hope everybody took a second to go get themselves, like, a snack or something? Where... we already got the guys underground, right? So we don't need to worry about those. Alright, 5, 6, 7, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 7, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42,
shiny! A shiny!
43, 40, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53. 53? Is that all of them? Oh.
Emotional damage!
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. So 324 bodies in this pit. And that's not including, obviously, people who actually transform. Like, there's some seriously big bad guys up here. Anybody in here? That guy's there. If I'm not mistaken, whenever you hit this button, another guy spawns in there. Alright. So, we have got 324. Let's go drop this over here. This is just body bags. Where did I put the sign? Did I put it on the other side? I thought I put it over here. Somewhere. Guys, it's been 5 minutes. Help. I have forgotten what I did. I could have swore I stuck it on the wall. Did the building eat my slime? I have no idea. There. 324 body
Hey, buddy. You look
bags.
thirsty.
There we go.
Why don't you get hydrated?
Bobby body bags. There we go. I reset the chat. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. Thank you. Thank you. I'm just losing my damn mind over here. Thank you. Okay, so what else does that tell us then? Was there bodies over here? I mean, there are, but not body bags. Okay. So this military checkpoint was just getting rid of bodies. And then this area. Looks like the whole place collapsed. It looks pretty bad, honestly. I don't know if it's because it fell early and it's just like decimated from the earlier fall, or if things really and truly went very, very bad here. Oddly enough, no body bags here. I wonder where they went. Not going crazy this time? Well, that's good. I know the game, but what exactly are you doing? We are lure hunting. I am spending time going through... on my main channel, I spent time going through some of the bigger POIs and trying to figure out what was going on up until the point of the apocalypse, such as what was going on in Hikashi. How we went from having flus to zombies to bombing, the whole 9 yards, and while I was doing that, someone asked me to go through the entire Navezgane map because the Navezgane map is supposed to be our story map. So what we're doing is I've already gone through the other biomes. I've got this one and the wasteland to go through still, and we're trying to figure out how, not necessarily individual lore behind individual POIs, but how these lores kind of coalesce around the town, if we can figure out what happened in this town at the beginning of the apocalypse, for instance, in this particular area. Obviously, this place had a lot of people go through it. I am shocked that there's no way all of those people are just from here. And there's way too much chaos going on in this town for everyone to have died. So that's basically what we're doing. We're going around the area trying to figure out what happened. We're freezing the zombies in place to see whether or not the zombie type that they chose to put in that area is, I don't know, in some way indicative of what happened in an area, such as... This is so immersive. Such as, okay, we've got a lot of mutated. I mean, that's a lot of mutated bad guys. Specifically, for some reason, up inside the towers. We've got a lot of military. I'm not sure how she got gang-banged up into this, but she did. We got a lot of military and hazmat guys here. This is obviously because it says so outside. This is a military-run facility. But what else was going on here? They were getting rid of bodies. It wasn't just they were getting rid of bodies and burying them, they were trying to burn the bodies, and in some cases, some of them were not fully dead. So this is a combination of people who not only had the flu, it started probably with people who had the flu, but some of them were given Zioxide to try and counter the flu, or as a preventative, and it didn't work and they turned into zombies. This is very toasty. This might be the first place where they realized the combination of the two is what created the zombie, but I don't think that they would have been able to do anything with any of the information. This place was too far gone. What happened in here, dude? They were transporting. Seriously, some of this stuff is not immersive. Okay, so the 18-wheeler came in through road, possibly, because 18-wheelers need roads. Then they drive through here. This tiny little section right here with an 18-wheeler is probably not a good idea, especially the slush that this is because of it being in the snow biome. But they pulled up over here, parked, truck driver got out, he goes around, and what? Probably goes to check in, possibly. Truck full of zombie. Were they traveling in the back of the truck, or did they just get stored here? Like someone shut the door because a breakout happened in here, so they just like slammed the door on them and walked away or something like that. And question, why are some of these bodies underneath the ground like this? Okay, let's back up a little bit. What else can we see from here? They were also not just bringing them in through this 18-wheeler. They were also bringing them in through these trucks. I wonder if this place was set up prior to it with earlier testing for the flu, but this is a long way away from the only local hospital, which is over here. It's a long drive, right? Hold on. Okay. If they were picking up people here, they would have picked them up probably back here? Maybe? Maybe back here? Then drove all the way over here. Does this location seem weird? Like, if you're gonna deal with a whole bunch of dead bodies, the reason why I say this is there are other locations that were a bit closer. Out here in the burned biome, which may or may not have been caused by a couple of things. It could have been, like, people camping and they stopped taking care of the fire. It could have been a house fire. It could have been an offset of the bombs, even though there's not actually a connection here. Maybe because facilities had failed by this point, the fire went unchecked. Either way, whatever caused it, the fire went unchecked. But there's, like, recycling centers here. There's, like, this big complex down here. Apparently this place was still being used because they didn't dump the bodies here. The big deep hole. Obviously, whatever was here, they were still getting. So that wasn't useful. Where else have we covered that they could have hid the bodies? Why did this place make sense? Unless this place fell first. We assumed it might have started here, but this place seems like it fell first. Because that's where they were shipping bodies. If you're already dropping bodies, why ship them to other places? Take them to the place where the bodies started dropping first. A school athletics thing, though. May 2034. This is a lot of build-up for something that happened suddenly. It was almost like they were expecting the flu to cause a whole lot of deaths, so they just blocked it in, you know, to make it easier to deal with, instead of just doing like a quick fence like this. This doesn't take that long for the military to put up, but this kind of fence, that's effort. Those are concrete walls that have to be brought in. Post-flu, beginning of the zombie apocalypse, because they knew it was more serious at this point, so they made a bigger area to deposit the bodies into? Question mark? What do you guys think? Why here, though? Off-season? They weren't using this area anyway. This place looks in disrepair, so... maybe it was already dated and this was a good place to do it because they were planning on demolishing the complex anyway? It's right next to a high school, guys. It's right next to a high school. And so is this, which is odd. They were shipping people here. Evacuation from where? Okay, let's back out. Let's back out and see if we can't read the room a little bit better here. Because this town, we basically covered this entire town. It's whatever month it is, it's prior to the zombie apocalypse. Zombie apocalypse happens in May. The flu is serious enough, but not serious enough to where people were dying and people were worried, but they were still sending out newspapers talking about it. They get the information, people know about it. And according to the way this looks, it looks like they might have been talking about it well before... I don't know, maybe before the first bits of news were really wanting to admit to it. There was news online about it. Some of the places shut down. Like, this area looks like it was not in use. Like, maybe they went ahead and closed down for one reason or another. Even though, why would you have, like, a food truck in here? If you knew that the place wasn't working. But there are still vehicles here. So it makes me wonder. And the only thing I have to go with that one is, like, COVID. Everybody just, like, sheltered in place. Everybody was told, don't interact with other folks to try and slow the spread at this particular point. If it's already taken over the Northeast or whatever, people here would have been said, okay, this is a very deadly virus. Obviously, shelter in place or go to... Good God, this place looks messed up too. I didn't even look at it though. And they have the AIOS going. They were told to shelter in place, or if they're experiencing symptoms, go to one of the evacuation points, which that's an evacuation point, not a hazmat isolation area, or the one where we were coming into town where they check you before you go into another area. This town was doing what? During the crisis at the beginning. We had mom and pops, well, mom and sons, running some serious shady stuff out of the basement. This was a crime syndicate. Right next to the police station. We still don't know whether or not the police station was involved. But they had to have known something was going on because there's a freaking body in the back alley. Then we have a couple of stores that kind of look like they weren't really messed with. We've got a couple of stores that are in disrepair or were falling apart. Plus this over here kind of looks like the boxing room and that area were not being used. So how long was this lockdown period? A year? 2 years? There's a lot of businesses that got closed during COVID. And they would have fallen in disrepair. Heck, they might have even lost their businesses. But some businesses still seem to be doing okay for no damn reason. Like, okay, don't go and interact with anybody. Don't take your dog to the guy. Don't use what was this one again? Don't use special tots. Don't go to special tots. This place looked old. Don't go on a vacation. Don't do any of those things, but we're gonna go to the theater. And there were some serious shenanigans going on with the bank. Now, if the flu happened over the course of several years, possibly, someone having the audacity and the plan, forward-thinking, whatever, to dig their way into the bank kind of makes sense. Desperation, they decided to do it the best way possible, though it's odd because you got a crime syndicate over here and the police station right there, and it doesn't seem like they actually stopped it, so maybe people were very involved in what else was going on. Heck, maybe people even left. What are they gonna do? Go further west? I don't know. We have this group that might have actually been the ones to first tell everybody what was going on. Hell, they might have already been smelling burning bodies well before the town even interacted with what was going on, like there were news reports. These guys saw the news online, possibly, because they've got full setup, and they were warning people when they were already smelling bodies burning and not being told what the burning smell was. They might have been told it was something else. That's disgusting. The disgusting thought. And this school is not very well maintained either. It looks messed up, and it does look like some sections were being used, but I don't think it was being utilized properly. It looks like it was messed up. There were folks that were supposed to be here, but ultimately it does not look like school was in. And this might actually be debris. Some of it is probably debris from people coming in here looking for sanctuary post-apocalypse. So that one's kind of a question mark. Yeah, I really think this place was operational before the zombie apocalypse started. This is flu people and then zombie apocalypse people on top of it. The people in this town were smelling people being burnt. Ugh. Ugh. All that plastic might have smelled similar. That's a possibility. But that actually kind of... Not to be a conspiracy theorist, but here, let me don the tinfoil hat as per usual. How many times have we found out countries were burning and it's like, are you now? Now we're gonna be like, That smells like people. Okay, now let's move a little bit further away from the town. We have spent a lot of time in this one town. There was a lot of information to be had there. And we have to get all the way through this area and the wasteland, which is probably going to have the most information. What is this? It's a house in disrepair, but there were obviously people here. Post-apocalypse, though. The house was in disrepair and people took up residence here. That's the only thing that makes sense because this house is falling apart. But they have an SOS. I'm not sure who they thought they were talking to, though. Possibly people from the town came out here. Let's see. There is, like, another town. Let's pop over to the other town and find out what's going on over there. Because that's supposed to be a thing. Okay, we've got the big church up on the hill. It's kind of creepy. Loaded with squatters, probably. Okay, I did recently go over on my main channel, Religions of Our Apocalypse, basically, and go through this entire building, so I won't do it right now. Let's just kind of look at the surrounding area. What do we got as far as... What the heck is this? Okay, okay. I would not wanna, I don't like heights. But apparently during better times, this is probably like a walking path people took. Is there like a campsite up here? A lookout or something? Maybe? That's the shooting range. We got the church. We've got all of the vehicles facing the wrong damn way for no reason. But it's on the outskirts of town, so people were actively coming up here. But this is not bomb damage, like I originally thought. When I looked through this one, it was in the wasteland. It being a novice game means this should be where the story area where this one should exist, which does not make sense that this is bombed. I want to go find out whatever that is, too. That might have something to do with it. What's up here on the hill? Residence, and it is whose? Vacation area? Looks vacation-y to me. Corporate vacation. And what is this? Haven Hotel. Holy crap at the expense and the bodies. Okay, we're gonna spend a minute here. Obviously. Is this the one? Yep. Okay. I was wondering where this one would actually appear in Nova's game. This place actually has quarantined areas, as if this might be one of the initial places. I speculated before I even knew where this one was, that we might find a patient zero situation. If it's in this biome... How far away is that town? Right over there. If they were funneling people down there to burn? It's a bit odd. Okay, now this place looks chaotic. Good grief. It looks very chaotic, and then it looks sectioned off. There's staff areas, there's a lot of areas that say restricted, authorized personnel. Basically, there's a lot of quarantined, and this area is actually closed. This place was not operational when the apocalypse hit. Trying to read the sign is going to make me feel like I need glasses more than I already do. Okay. Quarantine area. They quarantined this. Where was the... I covered basically this whole hotel, but this area just reminds me of... basically where they found it. I don't know if it's where... It's probably not where the flu started. It might be where the first time the flu in this town was found. Patient 0 for this area. Because of this. They barricaded. They sectioned off. There are military here. Quarantine, roped off. Quarantine, hospital stuff. It was either it started here or they were shipping people here to take care of them because the hospital was overdone. Now, I don't have any proof of that because I don't see a helipad. And I don't see, like, an influx area, like they were bringing people up hospital-wise, like ambulances and things like that. It looks like it started here. And then they quarantined everybody. This is probably where the first part of the bodies started showing up. I wonder if there's enough corpses here to warrant doing a corpse count. I'm in the wall. There's 100% no way in hell it's going to surpass the other area we just counted. It doesn't look like most of them were bagged. The bagged bodies are outside. So this was happening when the place was functioning properly. They had medical staff here, they had cops here, they had military here, they quarantine zoned everything. This is where the most amount of reaction happened. Meaning this happened before critical systems became so engulfed they couldn't react anymore. Which is why I say this is the initial area. Maybe they had cars pointing that way for lights? I have no idea, but there's a lot of vehicles that are just sitting the wrong way for no damn reason. Now, question. Why does this place exist? Ah, bug. Why does this place exist? What is that? It's nothing. It does not exist. You see nothing. Don't worry about it. Just a resort out in the middle of nowhere. How do they support this, you think? We talked about that whenever we were talking about the burned biome. There was a large, the 7 days hotel thing. There was a large hotel out there and it's like, okay, why is this here? Who is it attracting? How does it get enough business to be this big? This one is very fancy schmancy. 100% fancy schmancy. And definitely a resort location? Seems odd that it's in the snow biome. We have to assume, though, that occasionally it doesn't snow here, you know, thereby actually making the pools useful. Okay, well, let's go check out the actual town and see if there's reason why this place exists. We do have a big doggone church, and we have got a big doggone location over there. What's in our city? Okay, we've got industry. Neither one of these industries look like they were in use, though. So, immersion breaking. This is such a big road for such a tiny town. Eats Hub. We got a shopping place, a poppin' pills. So obviously they had access to the new medicine, obviously. Enough to have a park. We've got a couple of houses. Yet again, I'm just like trying really hard to not pay attention to the fact that they have Navasgained the Navasgain map by making it look weird. Perks 24/7. Baywash. Okay, this town also looks very worn. Worn in people reacting, people mugging people. What's going on here? Okay, this could have been easily an explosion because of a pilot light not being out or something. Or a pilot light being out. We do have some houses here. We have a mausoleum. Few more houses. What else is here? Come on, give me a reason why people would want to be here. Blue birdie? What is a blue birdie? Restaurant? Okay. What is this? Triad Medical. Interesting. Do you know anything about Hagashi? Did you guys have a medical emergency? And were you using the AIOS? I don't see it. Psychologist instead? For young people? Hi, lady. Lab worker. Ma'am, where is your reaction to the flu? Nothing? Nothing? Seems like a kid's hospital. Or a clinic, you know, like if, like children have like cancer and stuff like that, they've got, St. Jude's and stuff like that. That's what this is giving me the vibe of. What do you guys think? The kind where rich parents stay while a family is being treated? That might actually be the case. This is weird. Yet again, I'm seeing nothing that indicates they were ready for the flu. They weren't dealing with it here. There's some broken down building and stuff like that, but there's no reaction. There's no bodies. There's nothing. Unless they shipped everybody out. Is there any proof that they shipped everybody out? There's not even a freaking car here besides that one, and that could have happened well after. There is nothing. Was this place shut down ahead of time? Triad Medical. Okay. Not the smoking gun I was looking for. No postal area is not what I'm looking for. Let's go look at this thing. We've got a dam and a this. Whatever this is. Hang on. There's a fire truck here. Where's the fire department? I didn't see a fire department. Might be over there. I didn't look. Albuquerque. We should have taken a left at Albuquerque. Somebody says don't go to Roswell. That's aliens. That zombie has gas. There's a bit of a reaction here. And a couple of bodies. And of course the collapse. Zombies in the walls, of course, as you do. Somebody was stockpiling food and... Okay, they actually sat on top of a vehicle. There was a big old pile up in here, dude. Hugely big pile up, so... There's just no reason for that. Okay. Alright. Stop breaking all of the things! I want to see them before they break! My god. Stop. Okay, is this all there is? No, it still keeps going. Okay. So we do actually have the other side of the tunnel. Is there anything up here? No, it's like the edge of the map. What's this? Weird road. Gotcha. Alright, that's not what I was looking for. They're here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. DJ, how you doing? Where else are your people supposed to hide? In the basement? No, there's no walls. It's much safer. Oh. Close the area to prevent the spread. Yeah, maybe. Was this intentional? We got an above road one here, though. Oh, and there's the hotel we were looking at, so... They didn't take out that. It would just be interesting instead of having randomized maps if there were maps that were created, like each county map would be better. That way the story feels like it fits. What is this? Journey's End. Okay, we know what Journey's End is. But... I feel like this is like, in the old days, this is the place where families would come to have a good time. You know? And then that place opened and then people stopped coming here. Probably even had to do with the way in which the road goes. They built that place and now that's the way you come. Everybody stops at that hotel, because that's the fun hotel. Okay, so at one point or another, either... I don't know, do we think that this was an intentional block? Who would have done it? If, say, this town had become too bad, the military likely would have caused it, right? So are there military vehicles in this pathway somewhere? Obviously there's pipes and everything. There's a cop car, which could have been responding to anything. I don't think that that was intentionally collapsed. I think the collapse happened. Either someone with the flu died, or someone changed, or something. I miss anything? Oh, we saw it all. Okay. I'm gonna say this is probably zombie apocalypse, not flu. And only because we've got a few zombies over here, so the remedy started going out. Remedy started going out. Three cop cars. So there's a cop car in there. Two cop cars out here and a fire truck. And an ambulance. This doesn't look like they were screening people whenever they were coming in, either. So they were only screening themselves. Why? And they weren't even covering all of the roads. Like this one, this is definitely a road. Oh my gosh, I'm frozen. Hang on. There we go. Kirsten lodging, dining, tours, and shops. From? Oh, that's where the little islands inside of the lake and stuff like that. Some of these places I really feel like they were just like getaway locations, not necessarily huge tourist attractions. Okay, now... Did we have a fire station? What did I miss? This looks like the bank. City Hall, which you would assume is in charge of this entire area. There's the fire station. Oops. Oops, oops, oops. How many fire trucks are you out? Okay, and we found the other one.
Hey, buddy.
HSP. HSP?
Why don't you get hydrated?
HSP? Triage tents for earthquakes and roadblocks. That's actually a good point. It may have nothing to do with that. They might have actually been just dealing with the people coming in from the roadblock. People dealing with the folks that were injured. So... a shockwave from the nuke? The nuke would have been dropped after the flu, after the delivery of the meds, and after the first people started changing, and then they realized they couldn't get a handle on it. Then they would have dropped the nuke. The nuke is... possibly 3K away. Maybe? I mean, anything's possible. I mean, we have like that place over there that has got a big hole in the top of it. It looks like it was actually hit, even though it's nowhere near where the nuke dropped. Which is entirely possible. Maybe it's just like not a nuke. Maybe it was a missile that came down at some point. Let me see something. They already had crews in here that were trying to clean it up. It's just dropped on top of them. I crashed into that one. That one went into the side. Actually, this guy probably ran into the back of a couple of them. A rig takes a long time to break. And they had another rig that flopped over. And that one. What is this? This is the side of it. Okay. That is odd. It looks like either an explosive actually went off in here. Somewhere. Somehow. It could be the shockwave actually doing it, but it was a long, long way away from where the nuke would have dropped. And these other buildings would have also shown damage too. Having to do with the nuke, which some of them look damaged. Some people just like not giving a damn and messing stuff up. Can we say that there is the potentiality for either somebody created this kind of damage, or even damaged that, or that there was a bomb dropped in this area, but not a nuke? I would think that there'd be more structural damage around other than just like the occasional chunk out of a building. That one looks highly suspicious, but I don't understand this one either, given its location. Whenever I went through it and I saw it in the wasteland, I was like, okay, it's in the wasteland, it probably got sideswiped by a missile or something like that. Not in its location here. That's way different. This looks like a fire. Obviously happened, but what set it off? Somebody just left a candle burning and just took out the top of the church. I'm not sure about that. Maybe later updates will cause the buildings to look more damaged. It's a possibility. I mean, every single time they add in new POIs, and whenever they add in new POIs, they either replace or add to this map. So we're just looking at, you know, partial maps. So the things that may answer the questions that I'm posing in this one may not be in the game yet. See, like, this doesn't really make sense. Except for neglect. And then someone doing the dumb. It's a lot of damage on the building. Dance until you die. Okay, is that the only town in here? I can't say that this makes this entire area make any more sense, but I have to say that the snow biome seems like it knew about it in ways that other biomes really didn't. That area still, to me, looks like Ground Zero. There was so much of a reaction to that outbreak that I feel like all services were there. Question. Where does your... I think this is where it comes out at. Just out of curiosity, do you go back through the bridge? Or the overpass? No, you come out in both different ways. Or what happened in Bunker Town. Yeah, that whole town looks suspicious. Though I think if they add a couple more in the desert, they could probably pass that one off better with Area 7. Isn't there Area 7? Is there anything else we needed to look at here? What is this? The trader? No. Novice gain corrections. We should probably look at this. We've got 4 vehicles. 4 people decided to come to work. It is out in the boonies, guys. Way out in the boonies. Did they leave these guys here to fend for themselves? There are a few body bags, like... I don't know whether or not this is flu, or if this is people stopped coming into work and folks died and those that were left put them in body bags, but... obviously, folks stopped getting put in body bags because there's a lot of bodies. That's a lot of damage, you know what I'm saying? So, something happened here. Oh, I didn't realize that there were these. There's no bodies in these holes, though. They don't normally plant people on location. They might have been shipping the bodies out. We are pretty close to where they were disposing of bodies. Which is here. Yeah, it's like right down the road. They could have shipped out the bodies. And at some point stopped shipping out the bodies because things got bad enough. Is there a hospital wing around here somewhere?
A shiny! Reggae shiny!
More bodies. Stored in an off-ramp and inside the cafeteria. That can't be good, right? Maybe the Fun Pimps were going for that Shining Hotel? Yeah. It's a possibility. There's a lot of things that were probably added in because of references that people liked, but as far as story goes, we have to disregard the fact that it might be a reference of some sort. And go with... obviously there was somebody... is it this one? That could get around behind the scenes. Someone got their hookers while they were in here, dude. I don't see a lot of military, though. There are some. The military could actually function as people who are at work instead of actual military or cops. This doesn't look like they were using this place as... I don't know, like The Walking Dead. It's like, hey, the zombie apocalypse happened. Let's kick all these bad guys out and we're going to use this for post-apocalyptic survival or something. That did not happen. It kind of looks like these people were taken care of up until a point, and then folks just died and walked away, or didn't come back in. Which one are you? What type of prison is it? Basic normal prison or a federal prison? It says Navezgane, so I have no idea. I have no idea. Okay, and we recently went through this building and we determined that with the changes in this building, this one is no longer a smoking gun, but might be taking up... Who's down below it now? There used to be a lot of things inside this POI to insinuate they had something to do with the ending of it in much the same way Karen Higashi's house does. I covered it inside one of my other videos on my main channel. Now it looks like the place went into disrepair and was being reopened when the apocalypse happened. So what businesses are down here? And does it denote anything that we need to know? We have a police station down here. And which one is this one? NDC 3 checkpoint. So this is a quarantine checkpoint. Buy and go. There were a lot of people here. For leash, poppin' pills. Well, it doesn't seem connected. But it doesn't seem like anything here would stop them from doing it. Were they shipping out bodies too? Where's your body stack, dude? There's one. Unit green. Blue. Yellow. Red. What does this mean? There's your bodies. Uh-oh. They had captured themselves a variant, guys! Goes outside, okay. They did have variants. Obviously, the only issue with saying that there's a variant is because there should be a mutated, but we can't go off of what type of mutated. We just have to go by the fact that there is a different type of zombie here. Because they have levels of bad guys, this is obviously a military checkpoint, yeah. We have a cop. Navezgane corrections, you say? What is that? This is obviously military transport, right? Or... It's right down the road. There were a lot of people here. Coming from where? Farm locations. The hospital is right there. Checkpoint. Are they checking to make sure people weren't coming from here, going there, or from there, going here? The fact that we think up there on that hill is where it might have started in this area means that they were trying to stop people from going away from here. Why does it look like all the cars are pointed in this direction, though? And most of the intake of vehicles are on this side of the checkpoint. I think they need to do a little bit more work on this map. The story part of it is there's bits and pieces of it, but then there's contradictory bits and pieces of it, like where it starts, how bad it was in certain areas when certain places fell, whether or not certain areas fell because of the zombies, because of looting, because of whatever. It'd be nice to have a little bit more of, I don't know, clear-cut lines on that one, because I swear there's, like, hints of it. Just enough to make you angry whenever you look at it hard enough, though. What about this? Did you guys evac? Or were you even here? There's no vehicles. There's a vehicle. There's a vehicle. No vehicle. Vehicle. One vehicle that looks usable. Dude's had a D&D session going. Maybe someone rolled a 1 and that's why this whole thing started. Usable vehicle? And then a house being constructed. Okay, so a couple of the houses were actually in use and the others might have been vacation homes? Rentals that were absent, something like that, maybe. Maybe. We checked that area. We checked most of these areas? Yes? What's this? Camping. Okay, this is a camping area. Is there anything hidden? I'm only doing this because the desert area, it's like there are so many hidden places in the desert, it's crazy. Okay, this area looks fine. And what is this? The house over there? And we got a passing gas and Mama's Pizzeria. Are either one of you doing anything shady? Yeah, probably not doing anything shady. Just like bad guys down here. Okay. Hey, did we answer all of our questions? I don't think we touched on a single answer for this area. It's confusing. And this suffers from the same thing that all of the other areas in Navasgain do. It's all spread out. It's way too spread out to feel connected. But I have to say we probably figured out where most of the bodies in this town and the not necessarily these two towns, but also in the surrounding area, we figured out how they were getting rid of the bodies. So at first, when Hagashi was like, hey, we got a couple extra bodies. We're gonna send your way. You can make some fertilizer with. Once they started running out of places and they couldn't use them up fast enough, we figured out how they were getting rid of bodies. Maybe this whole area was going to be renovated anyway in between the school years, so they're like, nobody's gonna notice if we burn and bury a whole bunch of bodies here. 5 years down the road. Is this place haunted? Okay. Now, we have to go over to the wasteland. Is everybody ready for part 2? Right here? I need to go over to the wasteland. First things first, though. I'm gonna grab me a drink, guys. Alright. Let me grab me a drink. We still have to go through another location. I'm gonna stop this recording. There we go. That's a long recording that it's gonna have to remux. I could probably stop it from remuxing. But anyway, I'm gonna do these as separate ones. That way when I'm editing, it's a little bit quicker. It can save us some time. I made us some duct tape. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well. Levels of infection possibility. What if they took all the prisoners who had hacking knowledge and tried to stop the hack but accidentally caused the zombies? How bad would an AI operating system have to screw up in order for the government or some entity to rely on prisoners to try and stop it? I would think that they would go after the nerds folks instead of the prisoners first, because we don't have any proof that those prisoners were in there for hacking or generally any kind of tech anything. We don't know if they had the expertise, but maybe if they had the expertise, but then wouldn't they have them set up with some sort of computer, something or another? The nerd area might be doing it. Hang on, let me grab me a drink. I'm gonna say, because if it's a federal prison, the prisoners might have gotten evacuated, but if it was a basic prison, that would explain why people were left at the prison. We also have to ask ourselves, whenever it comes to a prison, um, would they have been forced to take a vaccine or a medicine? I'm gonna have to give the thing a little bit of time to remux. It's at 35% before we start on the next section. Do they typically, good lord, I know how to word. Do they typically give vaccinations and stuff to prisoners? Do they have choices? I know in the military they forced people to take the COVID vaccines or they had to leave. But what is it for prisoners? Because there was no proof that they were experimenting on the prisoners. Which seems odd. That's gonna sound weird for me to say. But given the amount of sketch we have already found in the world, why weren't they experimenting on the prisoners? Well, I guess they would have had to, because they did turn into zombies, so they took the medicine, but it's like labs weren't set up. They didn't watch them change or whatever. Maybe they just assumed everything was fine. Immediately rolled out all of the stuff and just like didn't even look at it twice. Just seems odd, though. I don't think our particular area was the first place Higashi tried the medicine on. Like, we have proof that the flu was going on in other states. In Navezgane, Higashi is in the wasteland, but Higashi is an international business, which means if the flu is worldwide, which we have to assume it's worldwide, not just in the US, they wouldn't have just given it to people in the US. So there would have been zombie outbreaks in other places, so they would know. How long does it take for an entity to decide the thing that we did is the thing that is responsible for people coming back to life? And how long does it take for you to prove to your boss, yes, we did indeed make a mistake, and yes, we do indeed bear responsibility for needing to do a thing? Oh, that looks so weird. Is that the trader? What if they were testing on people to explain the military dog unit at the hospital and the prison bus and the prison military base? Yeah, it's almost like at that particular prison, they might have been, I mean, not the prison, but the, that hospital, they might have been seeing the first symptoms of it. I find that hard to believe, though, because I'm thinking about it as too wide a spread, and it's actually hurting my brain. Instead of thinking on the micro scale, I'm looking at it as the macro scale, like the Walking Dead universe. Yes, this is the traitor. Here, I'll make it a marker. So we have the traitor, big town, well, medium town, mediocre town, and then we have this one. And is that the same one we saw before? Or does this cross over into the burn biome? Oh no, this isn't the same one. It's very similar, though. In one of the other biomes, we saw a couple of houses that probably looked like they were vacation rentals or something like that. I was like, wait, we got those over here too? No, it's not the exact same ones. Never mind. I'm sitting here thinking, if we've got a multinational company that is putting out a medicine that ultimately winds up causing the zombie outbreak. Basically, we start with the flu. The flu is really, really bad. People are dying. Hagashi decides we're going to put out a medicine to help people with the flu, help them recover from it better. It's not listed as a preventative. It's listed as if you want to get better faster. So they take this. And then later on, people die, whether it's because the flu still takes them out because one of the signs says it doesn't work. So either the flu takes them out or they recover and they have like a heart attack, got into a wreck or something like that. Then those people turn into zombies. That's a couple of layers of insulation they have between our medicine is causing zombification. So after they finally take some sort of accountability, like they realize it's their fault, it's not some other extenuating circumstance causing it, then they have to say, okay, what we're going to do is we're going to try and fix the problem, so we need to capture a few of these people and experiment on them to see if we can take care of the problem. And you can see it at Hagashi, they have quite a few corpses. There was 84 corpses there that were not zombified. They were actually in body bags. So they had people either who had the flu or regular folks that they took and gave the medicine to, and they either just died from the medicine, which is possible, or they died zombified and then they killed them. But they do have a few variants in their building. And then we have Karen Hagashi. At that particular point, do you still have the ability to say, US military, we've got this really cool thing. We want you to come down to look at this house and see our variants? Are you still being trusted that way? I would have to say yes. Because she has got variants inside tubes. Which means she was doing experiments with them underneath her house. In the pine forest, not out here. So she was protected even after the bombing. Oh, shit. She was protected from the bombing. Hagashi Tower was in the bad area, but her house was fine. Which means, yeah, she could still schmooze the US military or backers. Okay, let's start the recording again. Now we are in the wasteland. So, let's check out. Obviously, the wasteland is supposed to be the place where the bomb actually dropped, or at the very least, where the explosion happened. It could be like, okay, there's the corner of the map. The bomb could have happened over there somewhere. And this is just the outer edge inside of our map of what hit. Do we have anything that says crater? Because I have people asking me all the time, do we have a crater where the bomb hit? I have no idea. Let's go look. It's been a long time since I played on this map. Hold it. We see help. We go look. What is this? The Last Sunset Senior Living Residence. Dude, stop it. That sounds juicy. Senior living. Okay. It seems kind of odd because the seniors you would figure would have passed from the flu. They would not have even zombified. They'd have passed from the flu. Does anything look bomb-like? Like crater, maybe? Maybe over there? What is that? Does look like it could be a crater? I don't think they have anything definitively, yes, this is a crater. We're probably gonna have to guess. Let's check down there. No. Check over here. Oh, there's a vehicle out in the middle of no damn where. Nothing that really looks like it. Just a whole lot of wasteland. I don't think that they actually made the spot where the bomb hit. Yeah, I don't think they... Not to mention there is questionable chance that the bomb actually touched ground, so there may not be a crater. There may not be a crater. There may not be a crater at all. It could have exploded above ground, and what we got was, like, heat damage and radiation and things like that, so there may be nothing to find. But yeah, I don't see one specifically. Not sure who was asking me that, but I don't see one. I don't see it. Okay, now we do have... Which one is this one? Red Mesa? Or is this one changed? Red Mesa? Yeah, Red Mesa. Okay, so we've got that military compound. And from Red Mesa, it is, what, 4K away? In the desert. Over there. We have Area 7, which is another large military base. So keep that in mind between here and here. Those are two very large military bases. Not sure how that impacts the story at all, but that's good to note that they are there. Airburst, definitely. There's a total char of 100% surface area. Yeah, exactly. Except for some reason the crater compound. It's just randomly not charred. Not all of it, anyway. Okay. We have got the Pink Pennies and Motel 7, which this is also in the Pine Forest and looks exactly the same. So we're not going to try and go through it again. It just looks like a hotel that looks very much in disrepair. And then, of course, do not go beyond this because there's radiation. Which is also on par with this. On par with whatever that is. And there. So, you know, going out there is radiation. At least until they possibly change it, because they might change it. We do have the Gentleman's Club. Creep in the vent. The VIP lounge. Just seems like a truck stop. So, do we go back up to where we connect with other towns and check out the transition before we go into the towns? Pine Forest, into the wasteland. Random farm, random house. We have got this highway. The outpost center. Where did we find... I should have marked it Karen Higashi's house. Hold on. Okay, that works. Okay, so from here... It's actually not that far. I mean, it looks like, okay, you can bomb the big place, but we'll move our stuff over here. So, she's right outside the blast area. It does kind of seem intentional. Oh, I did not mean to do that. My finger did that. My bad. I have a twitchy finger. I didn't mean to do that. Okay, then we've got NDC, which is their containment thing. Right. There's the trader. What are you in relation to? Were you trying to protect people in the city or protect people outside of the city from the city? Let me get that out of my hands. I don't see why they're just like randomly in the middle of nowhere. Is why I'm confused. The county jail. So maybe the other one was federal. This is county? This is like a detention center, but it actually looks like there was a response here as opposed to the other one. Like, there were people here, there's tents, there's supplies. This looks like a military command post that was put here later. What do we got? What do we got? That's outside. Oh, there's somebody juicy on the floor. We got a lot of corpses over here. Alright, and then this room, which is where the holding cells would have been. There's a lot of them that are actually open, though. Or broken open. Were you guys being experimented on? Good God, dude. There are so many big and bad in here. Most of these guys are variants. Which is to be expected. We are in the wasteland. Okay, and you are main honcho watching. Wait, why are you in here? If this is the warden or whatever, why is he sleeping on this? That's weird. Like, here, let me give you worse accommodation than the prisoners. Okay, and then a library? There's a lot more office space in this one than the other one. Maybe that wasn't the warden. Maybe that's just like the one dude that sucked up more than the others. He's still a prisoner, but he's the suck-up prisoner, you know? I'm awake. Okay. What's this? Were these guys being experimented on? Maybe? Question mark. Maybe. There were a lot more other people aside from prisoners in here. And there's a lot more response, and it looks like people after the apocalypse, or at least up into the end of the apocalypse, survived in various portions of the building. Like, this is a little bit of a survivor camp, so somebody, some group, some small group, survived up until crap really started getting bad. Yet all buildings are intact. 1,200-meter airburst detonation. It's a possibility. We don't know the size of the detonation because we don't know how much constriction this map actually is, and the reason why I say that is because we know 7 days in this world is actually a month in real time. So I would assume by mileage or whatever, this is not actually the size of the map that we're in real life dealing with. Me personally, I think that they should condense the map. I think this stuff is way too far apart from each other. They don't feel connected. The stories don't feel connected to me. Yeah, it looks like they set up a command center here. Early enough to where this looks like a reaction, almost like that hotel that was up there in the north. The one that was up here, where we've got hazardous areas, police line don't cross, contamination this way, yada yada yada. This looks like military reacted here. So this had to have happened early. It also could be because it's close proximity to a military base. Let's check out this town over here, though. What do we got? Old Mickey D's? Broken down building. A lot of these buildings look really, really messed up. Hi, Candy. Getting Freddy Fazbear vibes from that building. Don't like it. What do we got? What do we got? Strangers stay away. Survivor camp. Traitor, we take dupes. So this is a group that got together after the apocalypse. Right? You are murderers. The COC? The cock is the murderer? Say. Seriously, what's the COC? And why are they being accused of murder? Pipeline gas company, this is probably the reason why half of the buildings in the world are messed up, because they don't have any way of turning off their pipes. What are we doing down here? What are we doing? Sounds juicy. Did this town know what was going on, or were they just bombed? COC. Ah, the COC are murderers, you say. Looks like an oil company. Hard hat area. Private property, no trespassing. Protected by a 24-hour video surveillance. Report any suspicious activity, call yada 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 yada. Okay, gotcha, gotcha. So you're a gas company. Department of Transport, gotcha. Looks like at least one of them exploded. Lunky Oil Company, that's the name of that one. And then of course we got a poppin' pills. Do you guys have... Yeah. Okay, this is not Higashi. This is actually just like the poppin' pills manufacturing plant where they package stuff and ship it. But they have this. Was poppin' pills in bed with Higashi on the manufacture of this? Because they do have some variants captured, you know? Wonder if the eye candy could have also had weird chemicals that could have contributed to the variants. Quite possibly, yes. Or maybe they used some of the juices of the variants to make the eye candy. You guys are creepy, thank you. And of course we've got zombies and vents, which means, you know, obviously the air conditioning was broken or something. They were in a manufacturing process. They're still on the line. Everybody here is in hazmat or official gear, which means they did decontamination procedures. Why did you guys have variants, though? I would assume this is like, some company has a series of chemicals, they send you their recipe, you mass produce it and ship it. Right? I don't know how medicine companies work. I have no idea. I assume there's a whole lot of mustache twisting and finger pointing, you know? Whenever it comes to companies like that, but I could be wrong. Maybe all of the candy has suspicious stuff in it. Well, I would assume that all of the candy has to have it, otherwise it wouldn't have special effects. I would think the candy variants probably have things that they learned from the zombie virus or the variants or something similar to that. All of the Frank. Something crazy going on with it, otherwise it wouldn't have magic abilities. A whole bunch of people up on the roof. I don't know why the manufacturing company would have variants inside of tubes. It could also be nothing to do with them having captured a variant. It could actually be, say, somebody went in there to clean the tube after something was being manufactured and they turned into a variant because of whatever it was they got into. I guess this place did not last very long. It's cool they had a fence, but that's not a whole lot of protection. And then the box factory, if you ever want, like, good god, a really cool base slash house type of thing that is going to take you a god-awful amount of time to do, this is the best one. Okay, we've got that one, and this one is Johnson's warehouse. There is also a bit of a survivor's camp in here. Where was it? Maybe not survivors, but there was a survivor or something like that in here, tucked away somewhere. I thought. Red light means bad, right? Nope, I'm thinking about a different one. Never mind. Okay. Were you guys warned at all that this was supposed to happen? I just see a whole lot of people that are just still at their desk. I don't think they were. There is a dog over here. A whole lot of dead folks. Okay. We are all dead. Yes, we are genius. What? Only people arguing with each other on a wall. This place was hit very well. That building was hit very well. Strangers, stay away. This is the only place that looks like it was reoccupied well afterwards, which obviously that's probably a bit of a problem. Because of radiation. Okay, we looked at all of those. There are 0 houses around here, so all of these people came for these businesses, they drove here. Which is not a surprise. Our town is very tiny. If you want a job, you've got to drive somewhere else and go to big towns in order to do that. When was the last time we were inside a Shotgun Messiah? Very occupied. Please tell me you make more sense than the Shamway, because the Shamway needs some serious damn work. Why is there a river here? Cool down metal? Sham has human meat in it? Allegedly? Yes, allegedly. Allegedly. Yes, there's also proof that Butcher Pete's is also made of human meat, too. Allegedly. We got 2 bodies. A dead dude and 2 regular dudes. We've got a lab worker here. Blue related or work related? Because obviously this is probably a very dangerous place to work. Though I will state again, the same way I did with the Sham, I don't see a business here. I see a whole lot of things indicating the hints of a business without any evidence of business. The only thing I'm seeing is a smelter. And smelting metal does not necessarily mean that you make weapons. It doesn't even have, like, an export. Just like, it's the hint of a business again. Same way with the Sham Foods. I would guess either we lack the blocks we would need in order to make something that looks convincingly like, what would you need? Conveyor belts and things like that, individualized part manufacturing and things like that. I'm assuming we lack the blocks to be able to identify that convincingly because both buildings are missing it. And we have got a helicopter here. No, I'm not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. Stop. Okay. Okay, the hospital is here. We are here. Do we think that maybe they were evacuating people from this helipad to this helipad because they both have one and there's some shenanigans going on top of that particular hospital? Is there any other proof that you guys were doing stuff and things? Obviously, someone was loading up stuff. But why would you load it over here instead of over where the helipad is? If you were like somebody who worked there and you were putting things together to try and get out, unless maybe you didn't know about this or didn't have access to drive it. But then why bring it up here at all? Wouldn't these be like 2 smokestacks? If this place was operational? If it was, you know, fully doing what it's supposed to do, this would be ventilating gas and stuff. That one too? Okay, what does this town tell us? Not a whole hell of a lot. Is that the Shamways? We already been through the Shamway, though. Bittersweet, but the 3.0 was the best update in years. Yes, it is. That's the sad thing. Yep, this is the Shamway that we went through in the main series. So I'm not going to go through it again, but needless to say, this is... Obviously you can find the Shamway recipe here, but inside of this, there's a whole lot of pipes that go nowhere, do nothing, and a whole lot of references to stuff that don't really make sense without a bit of context. Namely, this. When you look this up, apparently these initials are supposed to be human growth hormone, which just sounds to me like a technical term for people. There's people in that vat. and they get combined with some other stuff, and that's how Shamway makes their food. But there's not any conveyor belts or proper shipping or anything else like that. It's just really weird on the inside, almost like they were putting the place together when it went apart. Wasn't actually an operational factory, even though I think it's supposed to be. Just doesn't look like one. This entire town, aside from a couple of random businesses, like this little gas station right here, are completely manufacturing. There's no housing. I don't even think there's an apartment here. What is this? There's like one place to eat, which I guess if you get a whole bunch of businesses, you might have like one McDonald's you can stop at to grab food, but oddly enough, this one has a play place inside of it. Hey kid, give me your soul. This place used to give me nightmares as a kid. I'm glad it's resting in hell, which denotes this place was closed well before the end, or people just walk back in here afterwards. Does that mean prior to there were other places here? It does seem odd. There's not like a school here. There's obviously a school way up there in that biome, and the burned biome right here. The burned biome, this has a high school, but it looks defunct. It does not look, no. It's up here. This one. That one looks like a town that was falling apart and is slowly coming back, but the end happened. So we're here. I don't understand why there would be a play place here. This does not look like a place where you would take your kids. There's no schools here. There's no daycares here. Maybe if you're driving by, you might stop. Maybe. I'm going to throw you, phone, if you keep making noise. We've had this discussion. Okay, we have the trader. Let's go look at this other town. I'm anxious to see how all of this ties together. Please, impress me. Controlled airstrikes, possibly. The weirdest, the Fun Pimp is canon in the world. I saw the Fun Pimp stickers on the side of a newspaper box in the city. Yeah, but you wonder what their job is in this world? What their actual business, who they are in this world, what their canon definition in their own world is. Okay, now they have like a checkpoint between manufacturing town and regular town, so... Come back! Baby, come back! You can blame it all on... Copyright strike. Let's see what we got. Obviously we have got the big cathedral that has been decimated over here that we've covered before. Whatever the heck this is that doesn't even exist, it's just considered part of the wasteland. Go nuts, donuts! Novice Gang County Police? This is a police station? Ah, that one. Okay, gotcha. Alright. The Downtown Cafe Laguini's. Okay, let's start. Wait. Where are we? That's one of the shooting ranges? Yes? Or is it a military base? Hang on. Need to know if there's a military base near the town. Because there's always the possibility, this place looks like it burned down a long time ago. There's always a possibility what they were aiming at or what they were trying to destroy was not necessarily the town, but a military base close to the town. So we have the Red Mesa and we've got an army outpost here. And there is an underground area, but I don't see any reason why they would have tried to annihilate this one. There's no hints of research going on that one, so I don't think that's it. And then this one is Red Mesa, so that is not too far away. I don't remember the last time I went through the Red Mesa, but we do need to take a trip through there really quick to refresh my memory on what all's in there. Okay. This one does support the fact that it was a high air explosion. It like took the top off of it. This one too. This one too. Some places weren't messed with. Like, I mean, come on. Those are umbrellas. The umbrellas weren't knocked over? I really want the ability to operate one of these. So prior to the apocalypse, there were several buildings that looked like they were already being worked on. Same as the burned biome. The burned biome looked... I'm just gonna throw you. Sorry, I have family talking to each other, and they're not gonna stop talking. This is where the buses are. See, this one I thought should be in the other one. Wait, does that mean Area 7 comes all the way here? Or could come all the way here? They obviously haven't already thought about it, though, which is disappointing. Okay, if you missed the desert portion of this, way over here is Area 7. Area 7 has got a huge underground facility. And the conversation that's happening on it is basically pointing to the people that are inside of that bunker being there during the apocalypse, not during the flu, not during the initial stages of the zombie outbreak, and not even right when the bombs hit, but after the bombs. They were supposed to survive. But they have underground areas, and my question is where did those underground areas, these trams, go to? And I was like, okay, well, if this town, because there's not a whole lot of houses that go on here, if this town sprung up around Area 7, maybe, just maybe, the underground areas actually led to something inside of this town, a way of moving people in and out of the base covertly, if what was going on down there was some sort of, I don't know, super quiet, hush-hush, something kind of research that we couldn't actually see, because there's really not any evidence of that. There's a big tree underground. There's an area where they're doing agriculture and stuff like that. It just literally looks like a bunker, but if there are sections we can't see because they've been collapsed, because the two ends of the tram are collapsed, if they were connected to other places, where did they connect to? And I was like, okay, well, if they connect into town, they move people in and out, it's very hush-hush. Other areas down there, yada yada. Well, I was like, okay, if they let them out in the town, there should be an outlet, a bus station, a tram of some sort inside that town. Namely, the tram would come into the town and they would take buses or a car rental or something like that from inside the town to go the other places they would need to, then come back to the underground tram and then go back to the base. So they could keep it very quiet. Nobody would be going back and forth all the time except for maybe supplies, and even some of those supplies could be transported via tram underground, thereby keeping this base super secret quiet. But if they actually have a bus station here, that would be kind of messed up to think that maybe somehow or another this base and this base were connected up to this town. I mean, because they do have a bus station here. If they had a tram connected, even if the tram had collapsed tunnels or whatever, it would denote that it actually connected here instead of way over there. It's a thought. It's an idea for a POI later on. Dempsey Clinic, do you guys have evidence that you guys had to deal with a whole lot here? There are traps here. Is this the one that's got the underground area? Yeah. Okay, they brought the bodies down here. They do have a decent amount of bodies, but this is like, it's a clinic, so you kind of expect some of them. It doesn't look like they were experimenting. I think they were just disposing of corpses. But there's also no indication other than like a couple of traps or whatever that they were previously prepared, so I don't think they knew about what was going to happen prior to. Fancy clothing store. Snicks. And hoeing telemarketing service. Is she hoeing? Ooh, they have some of the AIOS going on though. Do we have any proof that you guys were having issues? I'm really hunting very hard for this. It's honestly a tinfoil hat theory. I don't think we have any proof here that there was an operating system issue. They don't have the same dudes representing that. Damn. This just looks like a huge mess. I don't know what broke here, but any number of structural damages could happen. We do know that the bombs hit in this area, and this looks like significant damage, so anything else breaking would not surprise me. Oops, chemical company. Oops. Oops. Okay. Okay, we have an apartment building. We have H&N Bank. I wonder if anybody broke into their bank like they did the other branch. Dude, it does look like they might have actually had a run on all of their banking systems. Like, someone tried really hard to get to all of them. Coordinated attack? Maybe not. I mean, they busted a hole through the wall. The one up there in the snow biome, they did the same thing. They busted through areas. Medical clinics don't usually have morgues inside them. No, they usually don't. But we don't know what their specific, stuff is. For all we know, since they ship things over around something like that, they might have actually just brought them here to do the test before they send them off to the morgue. I'm not sure. The Web Hut. Yeah, that was the name of that one. We've got military vehicle here. Zebruz. Billy Baker. Gills. Not really sure what the heck this is, to be fair. Okay, none of those look spectacular one way or the other. I still can't say that I see evidence of a... like, rioting or nothing like that, which is odd. Like I said before, it's... people win in football tournaments, and there are... tournaments? There are mobs that go around just, like, bombing crap and burning things for no damn reason. Doesn't make any sense to me, but things happen and people mob up and damage things, and some of these areas just... it doesn't look like it happened. And there's not as many in-city military checkpoints. Or cops or anything else like that, which... I don't know, maybe there was early on, but you was figured that there would still be evidence of it. Or maybe this was just like a fancy side of town and those types of people didn't get together to do anything? I don't know. Dishong! Fancy, 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 fancy! Very fancy! In memory of Robert Dishong. Question, what does this business do? Did you guys have that operating system going? Yes, I'm gonna start looking for it again. Always up for the next challenge. I don't know how to say that. Okay. I'm not seeing the operating system, guys. And I'm also not seeing a whole lot of people trying to fix PCs. Like there is in Higashi. Alright, and this one... Okay, so the Dishang thing just gives me the impression that it's a whole bunch of offices that you rent out. Doesn't give me the impression that it's like one company. Okay, and this is the exercise group. Hey Fluffy, how you doing? Gotta put your name on all of the things, huh? Okay, and then a hoity-toity restaurant. Okay. QZO. QZO. Okay, and this is the place that's got the brewery, Japanese wines and spirits, imported high-quality, award-winning. Okay, gotcha. And then another floor where work is being done. Sort of. Okay, and then the one where things get spicier because it looks like stuff and things happened on this floor. Do we have proof of anything here? Shit's law. Gotcha. Law office. Nothing like a big ego? Yeah. Guess so. Hey, did you guys have anything? That's crazy. So, if... That's a tinfoil hat theory. If there was an AI issue or a hacker situation or whatever, if that is true in that building, it does not look like this building suffered from the same situation. Which makes Higashi seem targeted. See, the problem is all of the signage that talks about a degree that everybody has, including Jen's, says Mr. Tickles, or whatever. Does that mean that now we have proof of where they actually are, and obviously Jen stole her degree? What's the likelihood we're gonna find out that Jen is actually Karen Higashi? She was the bad girl the whole time. You gotta take the mask off at the same time. Only she's not wearing a mask, it was just her. Okay, and then we've got, what are these, like, sweets? Like, big fancy guys come in to town and we put them up for the week. With company? Occasionally? Possibly? And then we have the roof. But not a single one of their PCs is turned on with the AIOS. Interesting. Mr. Tickles? Yeah, exactly. I don't really like Jen, do you? She is... Well, I like Jen just fine. The concept of the character is cool. The problem is first off, they changed her and they made her less than what she was before. And secondly, she kind of breaks immersion because they gave her a whole bunch of lines that has nothing to do with the game. The stim packs and rataways and crap like that. And I really don't like immersion breaking in games where you're not supposed to do that. And if you're trying to get into character and someone pulls you out and reminds you that you're playing a game, it kind of kills it. The same as Joel whenever he starts doing the "Don't you want some of this armor?" that is obviously DLC whenever he's doing the ad read that he does. I don't like that one either. But as far as Jen being Karen Hagashi, that was not me. That was somebody in the comment sections thinking that maybe that's who she was. What we would find out is that's who she is. That was not my theory. That was somebody else's, that it actually kind of sticks. Or it could. Mexican grill. Oh, just the downstairs area. Gotcha. I've never worked in one of these big city high-rise things, so that just, like, weirds me out. There's a restaurant on the bottom level, and the rest of them are all offices doing what? What exactly are you guys doing? Everybody's just sitting at a desk. Or at least... Nava's Gain Nexus! It's a clothing store. Okay. That was you? There we go. See, I didn't make it up. That was not me, that was somebody else's theory. I just think it kind of fits because Karen Hagashi was, for everything that we do have, which is not a whole lot, she was a scientist, she was a doctor. We have a female. They made her look more Asian instead of Native American like she looked before. I mean... if the stethoscope fits, authentic Filipino, oh my gosh, Filipino cuisine. I can speak, I swear, guys. Billy's boards advertise here. 555, 555, 555. Oh, this building is annihilated? Okay, I'm still seeing a distinct lack of anything that tells me what the heck happened in this town that they felt the need to bomb the entire town. Has this place changed? Oh, this is the circular one. It was in use. I mean, they even have the carts where they were cleaning. It was in use probably during the actual bombing. There might have been a panic right beforehand, but they didn't get much notification. And... okay. What is this? Blue Clover Hotel. This looks like a 4-H building. Okay, so a hotel. We have a hotel, we have the Ostrich Hotels, we've got a couple of rooms that are up there for fancy schmancy folks, and then there might actually be enough apartments here to support businesses, so we may not be looking for a whole lot of houses outside of this area. Jen could also be the daughter. It's a possibility, but there also seems to be a... in some of the lines that you don't hear from the traders, there seems to be a consensus among most of the traders that she's not liked, except for by one. Or rather, she's liked, just there's a particular type of payment she appreciates. And I'm not sure if somebody that they weren't already upset with would garner that kind of disrespect. And again, someone from a high upstanding might not bring themselves to that, so it could be Karen's child. We did look at her house, and it did look like a whole bunch of teenagers that just kind of rampaged over through the top of the house while she was possibly in the basement doing whatever it was she was doing, so it's possible. It could also be possible that Karen Hagashi was actually in this town when it was bombed, and her daughter was the only one who lived. I'm not sure as far as timeline when that would See, Will Tickle, but Tickle Industry is over there, so I don't know. We have the fire station that is also Ghostbusters. What does that sign say? Fire Department 1903. They needed fire departments before they needed religion, because all of those were established in 83. And they also needed jewelry before then. Cool. Yeah, the destruction just seems all over the place. Some of this looks pre-apocalypse, like they're breaking down buildings and stuff like that. But not all of it. Some of it does look like it collapsed. I don't think this town was doing very well. Was this being built or was it being torn down? Sir, can you answer my question, please? How are you doing? Okay. So what do we think? 7XL, huge and giant. Someone thinks very big of themselves. Get sell! Dudes, dames, drinks, and dance. Okay, this is another reference that they do in fact have cell phones, even though they don't actually have cell phones. They do in fact have cell phones in this world. It's the first time we've got proof that they did have cell phones. We have another random pharmacy. Not part of the big market, though. Is there anything special in here to distinct you from poppin' pills? Do you have discounts? Ma'am, do you have discounts? You're also supplied by Will Tickle? Okay, sure. Alright. Okay, we got the boobas. We have the boobas. We have the sideways building. Honestly, I get nauseous going through this thing, but it would be interesting to see this whole thing put back up, you know? This cola division. Which is weird because this looks like one building, and this looks like another building. I just like squished the other building, you know?
Look thirsty. Why don't you get hydrated?
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Rude, that cop was dealing with Taco Bell lettuce? Yeah, probably. That Taco Bell lettuce is something serious. This is interesting. There's actually a wreck right here. And somebody on a stretcher. I had barber shop. They took a little bit more off the top than they were supposed to. Okay. We have been through the adult entertainment center, the booby trap. What else is there around here? Do we need to look at other things? Question. If the place that people were worried about having created the zombie virus was Higashi, like if they had proof it was Higashi, why out of all of these buildings is Higashi the only one not really touched? I mean, there's like a couple that looks like they might have gotten away unscathed. But I mean, they even have their plants. Hi, Fluffy. I mean, not even this tower right here was damaged. Okay, if we go by force, where did this bomb drop? Or where was it almost dropped at? Over there looks like a heck of a lot of damage. Some of these others, they may or may not have been damaged due to that one. That one looks like it got collapsed. This one, construction damage. I'm not sure about the rest of these. This, I am pretty sure this is bomb damage. That's probably bomb damage. And we have Possibly evidence of 2 at least. So over here. And over here. And quite possibly some serious damage going on over here, because that toppled the entire building. We're looking for, like, impact crater or something or another. I guess that area over there might look like it. I would say that over there, but there's actually a base in there that was not really messed up. This area, perhaps? Not necessarily impact as far as, like, it actually hit the ground, but where most of the percussive damage happened. This area over here just looks really flattened, so maybe it happened here. If you're given a target of one of the biggest buildings, how do you miss that hard? You reckon they missed it on purpose? With the little explosions had nuclear detonation in the atmosphere and caused EMP, which would explain why planes, helicopters, and jets were falling and crashing. That's entirely possible. Some of this stuff might be that. The issue is we have no proof of that because they don't have parts. Not all of that would have burnt up. We have little pieces of post-apocalyptic helicopters sitting on top of things instead of actual helos. So yeah, there could be things falling out of the sky. There could be people wrecking. Like, some of these buildings might have actually been, like, gas lines, like, building up, and because the pilot lights or whatever got blown out, building up and then eventually exploding. So some of this damage may not be from that, and this could happen, like, a month later. It could have happened a couple of years later, eventually. But this kind of damage... This is not a pipe burst. This is definitely a bomb. Especially since underneath it is probably another building. It looks like the whole building underneath was bombed, and from the concussive maintenance, the other building fell on top of it. Do we see proof of another large explosion, or at least another large upper detonation? That one, which could possibly be the same one that caused that one, so it happened over there somewhere. And then one over here, but is there any evidence of other? Like, this one right here could be caused by the same one that caused that. Possibly, but it looks like it should come from more over here, so... Could have happened over here? There are several buildings with a lot of damage? I'm not sure why this one wasn't damaged, but there could have been another explosion over in this direction. But that would also kind of seem like they were smaller, more targeted detonations instead of a large, widespread thing, which would denote that they wanted to target specific things, but out of all the things that we know of that possibly caused the zombie apocalypse, or even the flu, if the target was the flu itself instead of the zombie apocalypse, they targeted the wrong areas. Which, to me, only tells me that it was intentional. It was done by somebody's order. Or called off by somebody's order. Maybe. Out of all the damage we've seen, okay, over here, was there... Do we have evidence of possible overhead explosion? That building right there looks like it's pretty well damaged. We got two large factories. They don't look particularly damaged, but these guys look like they probably exploded later on. This building over here kind of looks really damaged. Let me see. Neglect or boom? Neglect or bomb? That I actually don't know, because we've got a couple of places where it looks like people built up that might have been afterwards. It does not look like anybody brought anything over here to repair, so this has to have either been neglect, like they intentionally let the place fall apart, or it happened during the apocalypse, thereby nobody tried to fix it. But is this explosion? Maybe. So possibly one full explosion fell way short of the town? Maybe? The two buildings that are in the path of the missile were meant for the Hagashi building. 3 missiles, two hit diagonally the Hagashi tower, and 2 missiles missed in the other buildings. So you think that they were actually targeting with something other than a nuke? Like it was actually just a missile? Possibly this way? Miss? That looks like it could have been a miss too. That's pretty decimated. It's right in the line. This, on the other hand, seems different. This is a different direction entirely. Maybe. Maybe. Hang on. Now, just out of curiosity, do we think the Red Mesa was responsible for any of this? We have to go check. Now that we've looked at everything and all the devastation and everything, do we think that this place was responsible for any of it? Because it does have launch tubes. Launch tubes. I'll say it that way because it looks kind of ridiculous, but that's what they're supposed to be. Do we think these guys had anything to do with it? Oh, I thought you was just a really big lady. You know, you're just standing on the cap. Okay, we do have a missile here. It does look like one of the launch bays is empty. Which means if they were responsible for any of it, they only launched one. A whole lot of people in that shaft. Okay, we've got all these guys. Do we think this place was... I have to say this place was probably in operation. Yeah? In operation at the end? Were they the ones who launched? I don't think the trajectory says it does. Too large to not have completely destroyed a 20-mile radius, yeah. I really don't think that whatever they launched on, which they did launch something somewhere for something, somehow, I don't think this is the one that took out that area. This might be the one that devastated the entire region. Like, maybe they launched and... just assuming that this is not the only county that exists in the entire world. Maybe they actually launched over here somewhere as like a sweeping devastation to try and take it out after the targeted stuff didn't help, maybe? Okay, and then we pop over here and these guys did not have any missiles. And I don't see how they targeted. They do have a helipad. There are no planes, so... I don't know. I don't see them having done it. Yeah, they don't actually look like they have a contingent of missiles, you know? They look more like they were just a bunker. Okay? Did you guys do it? They do have a helipad here, which means they could have launched missiles, possibly. They would have been ballistic missiles, not probably atomic weapons. They wouldn't have had very far to go. But why wouldn't they get closer? Just to make sure that they got the target, unless they didn't know what the target was. They just knew it was that city. Or that town. Yeah? Not unless the missile failed on launch. That's a possibility. Or it was sabotaged. Can we say any other base might have been responsible for something like this? What is this? That's the jail. I don't think the jail launched a payload. I could be wrong, but I don't think they did. It would be awkward. You know, where did you get your payload? I don't know. Where'd you get yours? Okay, so maybe this particular one might have had foreknowledge that they were fixing to bomb that area and were stopping people on the main road from going into the town. Possibly, even though it doesn't really make sense in the fact that there's so many other ways you could go into the town, but that's possible. They may want to revisit this one and figure out where their missiles are coming from and where they're going. Because some of these might need rearranging. Like, some of the buildings might need rearranging. Like, if they want it coming from Red Mesa, if they just turn the building, it would make a little bit more sense, possibly. And it would be nice if they actually had some actual helicopters. That way you could distinguish the pre-war helicopters, pre-apocalypse, pre-zombies, pre-flu helicopters from the ones that were made afterwards. They need to be two different assets. Because right now it's kind of hard to tell the story of a situation whenever it looks like you're looking at a not a pre-war, but a post-war helicopter when they shouldn't have been a post-war helicopter sitting there. Unless you're saying that the people that are on top of that building were here after the bombs dropped. Parabolic weapon could have caused this kind of damage, but those aren't technically nuclear. Well, given the fact that this isn't a radiated area and it looks like there's a lot of damage, but supposedly the outer edge of this is even worse than this, so I don't know. I think they're kind of sketchy on where the apocalypse is, because technically if the bomb dropped here and it was nuclear, we should get nuclear problems out there too. Like, we should be having radiation damage even in this other area. Depending on the size of this one, the radiation would extend well outside of the area where the bomb happened. Okay. Now, we have gone through the entire Navasgain map, piece by piece by piece, in the order in which the story was supposed to have happened. Do we know anything more about the story than originally did? Some of it. We know that some stuff was happening here. This is like the main thing in this entire area, the entirety of this area, aside from Karen Higashi's house. This hospital right here holds the most bit of story as far as I'm concerned. There's a couple of other areas that were of consequence, but this hospital says the most. I don't know why, but for some reason or another, at one point, they actually brought in an entire group of cadaver dogs. Don't know why. The entire ICU is full of soldiers and cadaver dogs. And they were trying to get out of here. As far as this area, first off, this area is so completely spread out that it doesn't fully make sense on any of the businesses that exist here. This seems like a very open, empty side of town. There's only a couple of businesses that are even worth talking about. There are a couple of businesses that make no sense for where they exist and why they exist there. There is, however, the mining company that apparently was going up until the end. I'm not sure what they were mining, what they found here, but they were very, very interested in it. And then this hotel right here, the Calm Inn, which is a pretty decent-sized hotel. I don't know what it is about these big, huge, fancy schmancy hotels in the middle of no damn where on this map, but they exist all the time. Okay. Then, over... where was it? Not here, is it? Oh, it might have been the desert. Might have been the desert. I think it was. Here. Here, we had this Bigato residence. Fancy schmancy, way out here in the middle of nowhere, and this just like icing of the cake of 5,000 different POIs that look like everybody was ready for the apocalypse. If you are a prepper, the desert is where you are supposed to go in this world. Then, we have Area 7, which is, according to its own recordings, where folks were supposed to go to survive. They were going to live there and they were going to survive through the apocalypse, according to its own record. And then way up here, or was it? I check. Up here is what I would say is probably the most evidence of, in this area's patient zero. Because this has got, out of all the other places that we searched, it looks like a place that was in operation up until the point of the end. There was a police and medical presence. There was evidence of them trying to contain, and there's the evidence of death. But this looks like the most obvious part where serious things were actually happening and people were trying to stop it. And then this area is 100% where 90% of the entirety of Navasgain's population now resides. There are at least 271 corpses in this location. And then over here, where the actual bombs were supposed to have hit, it seems like either they did not know where the problem was coming from, or they intentionally missed Higashi. I'm not sure which. Okay. So, what do we think? As far as the story as it is. You're quitting Fun Pimps? I gotcha. I gotcha. Speaking of which, if you happen to be a part of the stream right now and you're not quite up to date on what's going on with the Fun Pimps, I would definitely recommend checking out one of my videos on my main channel. I cover what's going on between Shawoodle and the Fun Pimps.
You look thirsty.
Thank you, thank you.
Why don't you get hydrated?
If you don't know what's going on and you are of the mind to keep up with it, I know some people are not interested in keeping up with it, but I made a couple of videos talking about it. And as the title insinuates, this is the finale of me playing 7 Days to Die for a while. It's actually kind of sad because 3.0 was enticing me to come back. I was getting interested. Then the Shawoodle thing happened, and now they're doing Chicken Time DLC, and I can't. Can't anymore. So, I had to finish this because I started it. I started out doing the lore to try and find the enjoyment in this game again, and it's there. It's possible. It can be done. They just have to want it, and the fan base can't want it for them. They have to want it. So, anyway, Aside from all of that, what else can we figure out? The hospital downtown, the hill was empty. They moved all the people with the outbreak to the hotel. I don't know that they moved people into the hotel so much as the hotel was the point of the outbreak and it spread. I think it started there.
É shiny! Raga, é shiny! É shiny!
It was a blast. It was. 13K hours. I have got... it was 4,000 and something. So, yeah. As of today, 4,457 hours. Was nice. 'Twas nice. But there are other games and other developers who are actively trying to do the best for their game and their community. So it is what it is, you know? It is what it is. And maybe eventually, after, if they figure out how to pull their heads out of their own ass, we might eventually be able to come back and say, we're happy with the development and everything else like that. It's just not the case right now. As I said, that means I will be quitting this game. Thank you, Sammy. Thank you, thank you. Press all the buttons, everybody? Yeah, okay. As I said, I will still likely be covering, like, dev news, DLC, anything juicy that I can find, obviously, because I bragged about being the drama person whenever it comes to it, and someone's like, you really need to get a life. And I'm like, I was actually joking, but, I mean, somebody has to cover it, and some folks are just determined that they're not going to cover it because they're worried about their station in the Fun Pimps. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of me going through Novice Gain. I will have the entire Novice Gain playlist. That's not actually going to be a playlist. It's going to be a huge edit. I'm going to try and get all of this into one video. It's probably going to be a long video.
Why are you running?
I'm not running. I'm sitting. Professionally sitting, I think. I'll try and get all this edited into one video as my final video for 7 days, at least for a little while. I'm not sure exactly what I'm going to replace with. I do know that I am looking at Vane as an option because I did enjoy playing Vane, and there's a couple of other games that are out there like Myst. I haven't tried that one in ages. They were kind of going in a bad direction because they included something that was in a lot of other ones, but I'm hoping that at this particular point, their individual direction might actually be in the game, in which case I'm okay with that. So we might be checking that one out too. I have been seeing people talking about a new update recently drop for Myst, so it might be time to check it out now. You got 11,000? Damn. Damn. Dead Island? I will be checking out Dead Island. I'm not sure if it will become a full playthrough, but I will be checking it out. I've already got it downloaded. Let's see. Survivors will be writing the final lines into the lore as we see it. The Fun Pimps will never do lore unless Behavior Interactive does twist their arm to do it, which they probably won't. Behavior is only interested in the money they can make off of it. They're not really interested in developing the game. That's the reason why they kept the Fun Pimps. Behavior has got their own things, their own stuff that they are dealing with, so why worry about it? The only way they will get involved is if things get bad. Mist doesn't look good right now? Why? What's going on? Are there bugs? Things are broken. Oh, okay. I'll wait until another update then. They might be working on them. I'll keep an eye on it. I have wanted to go back and check it. Definitely be watching some Vane playthrough. I want to go check out the new parts of the map that they've got, and there's also Survive the Nights that we've been talking about getting a server for, or Pow World, because somebody is obsessed with Pow World. Let me pop out of here. Oh my god, the armor. Holy crap. Is that what the armor looks like? Wait. I thought it looked more like the other dude. It does it actually? Oh my god. Points at Brett. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's all I need to do is start playing Power World after I said I wasn't gonna play Power World, and Jawoodle's playing Power World, and he already thinks that I chase around after him as it is. That would just simply give him ammunition. Unless this is a coordinated attack. Are you guys trying to give him ammunition? It looks like a furry's first costume attempt gone bad. Oh my god. Can you imagine running around the apocalypse and seeing people run around in that? The other armors weren't bad enough. That's $12? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, that hurts. Oh my god. Ugh, okay. Okay. So, now then. I can't. Oh my god. That actually is painful, guys. That's actually painful. I've been playing that for a long time now. Anyway, like I said, I will be finding some more stuff to go on there. I will be editing down the videos that I currently have so I can get them off my PC and do a fresh start. I have got a series that I was planning on doing, Voices on the Radio. If you guys are watching my main channel, you probably know that I've been working on this for ages, and I've got like 17 videos that are now absolutely useless. So what I need to do is find another game I can move that concept to, and I think Vane might actually work for Voices on the Radio. The problem is I don't know enough about it to be able to do a more story-driven playthrough. I would definitely have to play a little bit more to learn a couple of things. Does Skippy even do 7 days? He was playing in a mobile game primarily for a freaking... I have no idea. I don't know what Skippy's been doing lately. I hope you get back into it. You and Woodle are my favorite games. And Skippy and Games for Kicks. I enjoy Games for Kicks. Games for Kicks has also been playing a variety of games. I would fully expect, if you guys are worried about 7 days content creators in general, I would fully expect this to happen. The ones who are in it for the long haul, as in they don't have any scruples against what's going on, or they somehow or another agree, they will continue making 7 days content. 100% they will still continue making 7 days content. As a matter of fact, they will probably...
Excuse me, stewardess, will there be snack
thank you
service
so
on this
much for the
flight?
gifted subs. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Fully expect those guys to keep making videos. I expect them to make fun of the people who have left. That kind of thing. Whenever updates come out, expect them to encourage people to do whatever's in that, because the content creators are encouraged to encourage people to buy DLCs and things like that. They will also not talk ill that much of the content creator program or the fun pimps. The ones who do not agree with the way Jawoodle was treated or the direction of the fun pimps, they will slowly start finding other games without saying anything and start moving away from that game. Like, they might occasionally still make a video, but it won't be as much as it was before. They will whittle it out. And some people will probably occasionally still come back for like an update or something like that to talk about it, but ultimately they probably won't play it as much. Their paychecks depend on it. YouTube algorithms suck. Yes, it does. And don't be too harsh on them, you know? Like, actually, don't be harsh on anybody. Let me just preface it with that. I don't want anybody thinking I'm saying anything bad about them. There are people whose checks depend on it. Their bills get paid because of YouTube. They get food on their table. You can't get upset about someone making sure that they eat, obviously. So There will be people who make that choice because of that, but there are also people who came in later on in 7 days, and they don't see a problem with the way 7 days is going. They think it's entirely up to the fun pimps on the direction they wanna go. They like the magazines, they enjoy the DLC, and they think that we're overreacting. I'm not sure how bad it's gonna get before those people get wisened up, but we'll see. We'll see. It could be just like they get rid of all of the older folks who've been playing it for years, they find their new crowd, and they just continue in that direction, and the game just progressively turns into more chicken costumes. That's what you expect GNS and Genosis to do, gradually move away? That's kind of what I expect. Well, Guns, Nerds, and Steel, he was already doing other content anyway. 7 Days was his majority content, and that's where he got a majority of his views. But he already talked about how he wanted a secondary that he could find that was on par with 7 Days, but also worked. I think he talked about that on his, what is it, year in review or whatever you would call that. Basically, he was analyzing all of his stuff from the whole year. Because I was watching his stuff and I'm like, trying to find out the science of content creation because I started out as a hobby, this turned as a main thing, and now I'm completely lost about what I'm doing. Anyway. He liked story editing series, he stopped doing it because it was so time consuming. Yeah, but they also gave him the most financial backing, the most money for his work. Noticed a few making fun of him. Noticed a few who making fun of what? GNS is really good at making videos. And I don't know who would be making fun of that unless they were jealous of his editing style. He did very well. Alright. So, now we are done. Tomorrow we are going to be playing some Phasmo. If you guys are interested, I know Phasmo is so far removed from 7 Days, obviously. It's about ghosts instead of zombies. But they have a map that has been completely revamped. They have got a brand new ghost. And, well, let me be real. I have completely not kept track of how you play the game now. So I'm probably going to die a lot while we figure out the ghosts again. For the longest time, I was really, really good at the game and I had all the ghosts down to a science, and now I am lost. There's like, what, 4 or 5 new ghosts at this particular point? 25 of 25 subscribers. Pick your poison? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We will do the spiciness today. How about we do the spiciness today? I can't promise I'll be able to dance anytime soon. I have messed up my back. So we can go ahead and do the spiciness today. I'll see if I can come up with something besides the spiciness, if I can come up with another type of candy or something like that until I can get my back sorted. But I have messed it up. And it's a yellow and a green again. It's a horrible combination, actually. Mm-mm. Oh. Hardcore gamer idiots usually make fun of such things. Oh, good lord. I gotcha. I know what you're saying. There are a couple of hardcore gamers that instead of modifying how they holy crap! Instead of modifying how they do things and changing anything, they how do I sensitively put this? Because obviously it's gonna be taken the wrong way. I would not take the advice of a hardcore gamer that also calls himself a casual as a standard for anybody else. That's just me as far as gaming goes and stuff. Someone specifically calls themselves a casual, they don't really have a leg to stand on whenever they talk about how someone else plays, the rules that they play by, or the way they do their videos. Anything tonight? I have no idea what is going on this evening. I should be able to play, but we'll see. I thought Whittle was great at it. Whittle does really good Let's Plays. I would never deliberately eat bad tasting food. It is spicy food. It's kind of it's a I like Skittles and I like Skittles gummies, but these are Skittles gummies Fuego, which means they're powdered with like a Fuego powder over the top of it, which is spicy. On top of that, the Skittles, whenever they have green apple flavored, I don't like green apple flavoring. I don't like fake green apple, orange, or grape. Those are like my least favorite artificial flavors. They don't ever do it right. You like Schwoodle's accidentally stupid no matter what he plays. Don't mean that to be mean. He really is as a compliment. It's his delivery style. It's not just that. It's also his ability to not mind putting that into a video. There's a lot of content creators that will edit out the stupid mistakes that they make or whatever, and he doesn't mind showing it. So that's a different kind of stuff. Yeah, that sounds good. No, it's disgusting. Gross. He has so much enthusiasm, he sometimes overlooks common sense completely. Yeah. It's not just that, but whenever you're thinking about what to say, how to react, or whatever, sometimes reading or thinking things through doesn't happen until later on. Spicy Skittles? Yeah, kinda. I can tell you, I don't know how many times I've played through, like, a recording session, and then that evening realized I had done something dumb during the recording, and the next time I recorded, I had to fix it because it was like, I wasn't looking at particularly in, like, Darkness Falls, it's remembering you have the ability to do something, or you read something wrong, or you put something inside your box that you see, or something like that. Some kind of silly mistake that it doesn't occur to you until you have time to think about it later on. And when you're all hyped up and running around on adrenaline, thinking about the 5,000 things you need to get made or do or whatever, very easy to accidentally lose it. Orange and vodka? Yes, please. Only if it's actual orange. Would you actually drink orange and vodka if it was like Sunkissed? Which is weird because I can drink a peach Sunkist, but I can't. Yeah, exactly. But no, the Sunkist is disgusting. Or when you're editing the video, yes, that's like the worst. When you're editing a video and you see something, I don't know how many times I was looking for something. I looked inside a box and editing Liz saw the thing I was looking for, but at the time, I didn't see it. Or times when editing self sees things that playing self didn't see and I didn't react to because I didn't see it. Case in point, I played Outlast a long time ago. And first off, if you ever become an editor or whatever, it's hilarious because you're playing through something and you forget from the time you recorded it to the time that it happens what happened. So if I get jump scared on screen, typically editing Liz gets jump scared too. So when there's a horror game that I have to edit and I've completely forgotten what happens inside each episode, 9 times out of 10, editing Liz also gets jump scared. It's kind of stupid. But there was one section where I was climbing up through a hole in the floor into another area, and some dude like added me like really hard because he was angry that I had come in and stopped him from doing whatever it was. And regular me was just like, oh, okay, I'm leaving. Editing Liz found out he was doing something very sketchy in the background, and she knew what it was and wishes she didn't know what it was. So editing Liz was traumatized. The first joke mod? The joke mod, the first time you run over a banana. Oh my god. Oh my god. The writing bench. We don't have to bring up the writing bench, Reaper. We don't have to. We don't. Oh, thank you guys for being here. I appreciate it. This has been a long stream. I do appreciate you guys being here. I don't like giving bad news. I know a lot of people feel one way or the other about the situation in which it didn't happen the way that it was, but life moves how it moves and you just kind of have to adapt. You drink vodka by itself? Oh no. You raw dogging your vodka? Dude. That's harsh. So, I will see you guys tomorrow. Thank you guys so much for being here. For those of you who joined me because you saw my initial video, I appreciate it. It's That video popped off in ways I didn't think it was gonna happen, and the second one did pretty well too, and I was shocked, but thank you guys. Um, yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen with the 7 Days to Die community, but if you're still into 7 Days, there will likely still be a 7 Days to Die group afterwards anyway, because there are gonna be some people that are just they're casual gamers and they don't care about the changes, so they just play the game. And then there are people who will, regardless to how it is, they will still make videos on it. So there still will be content. There still will be content out there. It's just you gotta find folks who are still playing it, that's all. Only if they make rubber sounds. Uh Umeth, I have no idea what that says. Could you translate, please? And please keep it to English. I have no idea what that says. To be honest, 7th Day adventure game. Oh, hang on. It just moved. Seventh Day adventure game still lacks a clear legal framework. There's no solid theory supporting many aspects from the zombies in the world to the characters. It's like a vague, aimless survival crafting game. Seventh Day adventure. 7 Days to Die. I gotcha. Yes. The wording is getting worse. Time to go. Yeah, my brain is done. My brain is so done. Yes. There isn't. I'm sorry, my nose itches because I have picked up cat hair somehow. I don't know. It's either that or I'm having a reaction to the Skittle situation. Yeah, the lore is sketchy. You have to piece it together and you have to look at context clues, but even then, they don't mesh. Not really. Mm. Oh, for some reason it's not working there. There we go. You want to create a storyline for a game, you have to write it yourself. Yeah, that's basically what we were doing. That's basically what we were doing. We spent 5 hours the first stream, few hours each consecutive stream, and this one has been 5 hours worth of creating our own story, or at least trying to find the story in it. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna go ahead and call it. I will see you, YouTube, next time. Y'all have a wonderful day, a wonderful night, and you guys stay shiny. Bye, YouTubes! Oh my gosh, my nose. Why? Just like randomly nose itches like hell.